Chapter 161. Break. Yi Chen-feng, whose entire body was filled with sword momentum, let out a roar. His sword, which was filled with perfect sword momentum, pierced through the weak point of the heaven-guarding formation, tearing a hole in it and returning to the heavenly fire sect's branch. "I'll master you, we meet again." Yi Chen-feng looked at Yu Yuan and the others, who were panting and pale. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile as he spoke coldly. "Yi Chen-feng, we will not participate in the grudge between you and the heavenly fire sect. Please do not target us." Although Elder Jean and the others were far stronger than Yi Chen-feng, when they felt Yi Chen-feng's killing intent and thought of his ruthless means, they were afraid. They all expressed their stance and hid far away. "Okay, as long as you don't get involved, I won't kill you." Yi Chen-feng nodded and said his enemy was only the heavenly fire sect. As long as Elder Jean and the others did not offend him, he did not want to kill them. Quickly opened the heaven-guarding array. "Let's leave here first." When he met Yi Chen-feng's murderous eyes and felt the terrifying killing intent emanating from his body, Yu Yuan felt as if he was being targeted by a demonic beast. It made him feel like his liver and gallbladder were being torn apart, and his heart was filled with fear. "Leave? I'm afraid you won't have that chance." A light flashed under Yi Chen-feng's feet as he used the shape-shifting phantom to attack Yu Yuan. The terrifying sword momentum tore open a long and narrow sword mark in the air. It broke through Yu Yuan's defense with a tremendous force and sent him flying with a single strike. A large amount of blood flowed out from the sword wound on his chest, exposing his hideous white bones. "What are you all standing around for? Attack together. If we can't kill him, we're all going to die today." The heavily injured Yu Yuan quickly tossed a spirit-grade soul core into his mouth and roared. At this moment, he knew that there was no way out. He could only gather everyone's strength to have a chance of survival. "Ayo, ayo, ayo!" Hearing Yu Yuan's roar, more than a dozen heavenly fire sect experts merged with their spiritual beasts, greatly increasing their strength. They were ready to join forces to kill Yi Chen-feng. Where did this Yi Chen-feng come from? Why have I never heard of him? Elder Jean, who was hiding in the distance, looked at Yi Chen-feng fearlessly challenging more than a dozen heavenly fire sect experts alone and could not help but admire his courage and strength. Shape-shifting phantom. Yi Chen-feng activated 6 Meridian Divine Gang, raised his physical strength to the limit, and turned into afterimages. Although it seemed that Yi Chen-feng was at a complete disadvantage, the Titanic Fault Heavenly Sword, Perfect Sword Force, Blood Dragon, 6 Meridians Divine Shield Stage Level 4, and the Profound Frost Spiritual Water made up for the huge gap. The moment Yi Chen-feng got close to the experts of the Heavenly Fire Sect, his body swayed a little and instantly transformed into 9 fast afterimages. It was so fast that no one could capture his real body. Ghost Extermination Finger. Split. Gale Saber Shadow. Looking at the swaying figure in front of them, more than a dozen Heavenly Fire Sect experts used their powerful soul skills to attack Yi Chen-feng. They wanted to join forces to seriously injure him. Instant Kill Sword. The combined soul skills of more than a dozen Heavenly Fire Sect experts were powerful, but their attacks were relatively scattered. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen-feng stabbed out with his sword to the limit. The sword split the air into 2. The terrifying sword light ejected from the gigantic K heavenly sword shattered the 2 soul skills with irresistible force. The sword stabbed a heavenly beast immortal expert in the chest, splitting him in half and killing him on the spot. Cloud-breaking palm. After killing one person in an instant, Yi Chen-feng channeled 200,000 gene of strength into his right palm, forming a cloud-piercing palm light with 9 overlapping palm shadows. Then he sent a palm strike towards another heavenly beast immortal expert. Although this heavenly beast immortal expert tried his best to defend, The cloud-breaking palm with 200,000 gene of strength was too terrifying. Boom! He was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's palm. All the blood vessels in his body burst, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng had killed one person and seriously injured another. His astonishing attack power made Yu Yuan and the others feel fear. Soul power burn. In order to survive, Yu Yuan and the others didn't care about the injuries to their bodies. They burned their soul power at all costs, forcibly increasing their strength as a last-ditch effort. You're too weak. Yi Qinfeng showed an unruly smile. His spirit beast, Blood Dragon, emerged from his body. The terrifying dragon's aura made Yu Yuan and the others tremble. Flowing cloud pierce. Wind shadow slash. Yi Qinfeng unleashed his spiritual beast, Blood Dragon, to its limits. He used his shape-shifting illusion and unleashed his annihilation sword art continuously. Streaks of shocking sword light crisscrossed in the void and continuously destroyed the soul skills that were coming at him. The terrifying sound was like thunder from the ninth heaven, shaking people's eardrums. Many low-level heavenly beast immortal experts even ruptured their eardrums and bled. At the same time, Jian Yuan, who had lost the Firewing Windbird, was rushing back to the Heavenly Fire Sex branch. However, the two of them didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to attack the Heavenly Fire Sex branch again, so they didn't rush back quickly. Suddenly, the communication pearl in Yu Tingu's arms lit up. When he opened the communication pearl and heard the content of the message, a surge of murderous intent shot out from his body. Yi Qinfeng, I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you. What's wrong? I'll master you. Jian Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard Yu Tingu's angry roar. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Yi Qinfeng, that little bastard, has attacked my Heavenly Fire Sex branch. Now he has killed 8 of my Heavenly Fire Sex experts. What? Jian Yuan was stunned when he heard this news. He turned into a streak of flowing light and quickly rushed back to the Heavenly Fire sect with Yu Tingu. At this moment, both of them had the same thought. They had been played by Yi Qinfeng like monkeys. Yi Qinfeng had purposely lured them out so that he could kill his way back. Mystical Frost Spirit Water, Ice Seal. In order to end the battle quickly, Yi Qinfeng continuously used the power of the mystical frost spirit water to seal the Heavenly Fire Sex experts in ice. Yu Yuan and the rest were affected by the mystical frost spirit water, and their abilities were greatly reduced. Many of them were frozen into ice sculptures by the mystical frost spirit water, and were killed by Yi Qinfeng's sword. Wind shadow slash. Yi Qinfeng used his shape-shifting illusory shadow to dodge the powerful soul skills. He swept into the air, and a crescent moon-like sword light slashed down towards Yu Yuan, who was defending with all his might. Crack! The long sword in Yu Yuan's hand broke, and the soul armor that covered his body shattered. His entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. After severely injuring Yu Yuan with a single sword strike, Yi Qinfeng spun around on the spot and continued to unleash his perfect sword force. He interweaved with streaks of shocking sword light, which were like blooming lotuses, and attacked his surroundings. The terrifying sword light reaped the lives of 3 Heavenly Fire Sex experts once again. Right now, only the severely injured Yu Yuan and another Class 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal were left of the 17 Heavenly Fire Sex experts. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the Class 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal was terrified. He gave up on attacking Yi Qinfeng and turned around to escape. Instant kill sword. Killing intent flashed in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, and a sword light that was faster than light pierced through his body, ending his life. No, don't kill me. Looking at the exploding blood mist in front of him, the severely injured Yu Yuan was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He kept begging for mercy. Yi Qinfeng was unmoved by his begging. A sharp sword light flew out from the gigantic, fault, heavenly sword and chopped off his head, sending him to hell. Chapter 162. Not long after Yi Qinfeng left, Jianyuan and Yutian Valley rushed back with murderous intent. When they opened the heaven-guarding array and saw more than 10 elders and protectors of the heavenly fire sect lying in a pool of blood, they felt as if their minds were struck by lightning and went blank. In the next moment, boundless fury erupted from their bodies. The two of them glared with blood-red eyes like two angry lions, roaring loudly. Yi Qinfeng, I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you. Yutian Valley roared hysterically. The sound waves rushed into the sky and shook the clouds violently. The two from Yutian Valley never dreamed that they would not only fail to capture Yi Qinfeng, but also rob the branch. Except for the two of them, more than 20 elders and protectors were all killed. This humiliation made the two from Yutian Valley mad, sullen, and angry. Yi Qinfeng became the inner demon of the two from Yutian Valley. They had no doubt that if they could not kill Yi Qinfeng with their own hands, they would never be able to reach the level of Xianbi sect. Because too many people had witnessed the scene of Yi Qinfeng massacring the Heavenly Fire Sect's branch. This shocking news spread throughout the North Snow County like a tide in less than a day, shocking all the sects and families. Massacring the Heavenly Fire Sect's branch and robbing the bounty offered by the Heavenly Fire Sect, Yi Qinfeng's slap made the Heavenly Fire Sect lose face. Yutian Valley and Jianyuan, who were fooled by Yi Qinfeng, became laughingstocks. In a short time, Yi Qinfeng's reputation soared. In just a few days, his deeds spread throughout the North Snow County. His fame overshadowed the top geniuses of the 3 sections. Trash, you too trash. Do you know how big of an impact this loss has on the Heavenly Fire Sect? The Heavenly Fire Sect's master, Huiyan, was an extremely ambitious person. He wanted to surpass Fengyin Valley and become the #1 force in the North Snow County. Just as the overall strength of the Heavenly Fire Sect was steadily increasing, it suffered a heavy blow. Not only was the reputation of the sect damaged, but none of the 20 or so elders and protectors that were sent to guard the branch were spared. This greatly weakened the overall strength of the Heavenly Fire Sect. If not for Jianyuan, Yutian Valley was the mainstay of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Huiyan would have killed them on the spot to vent his anger. Sect leader, please calm down. We were careless this time. Please give us another chance. We are willing to redeem ourselves and capture the Yi Qinfeng. Looking at Huiyan's gloomy face and sensing his evil aura, the two from Yutian Valley shuddered and promised in fear. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. If you let that Yi Qinfeng escape again, you can bring your heads to me. Huiyan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a low voice, Jianyuan, bring Fu Yue to me. I might be able to lure Yi Qinfeng out with her life. Yes, although Fu Yue was extremely talented and had the bloodline of the Azure Sky Rock, Jianyuan did not hesitate to sacrifice her at this time. Yi Qinfeng, since you are destined to be unable to become a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Sect, I can only destroy you. Huiyan's eyes flashed with a murderous light as he muttered in his heart. Green Summit Town, a simple town in the northern part of the Sky Suspension Mountain. After flying away from the Sky Suspension Mountain, Yi Qinfeng disguised himself a little and came to Green Summit Town. He stayed in the only inn in the town and took out the Cosmos pouch that he had obtained from killing Yuan and the others. I wonder how many middle-grade soul crystals they have. Now, Yi Qinfeng lacked middle-grade soul crystals the most. As long as he had enough middle-grade soul crystals to drive the sword puppet, he would even dare to break into the headquarters of the Heavenly Fire Sect. The harvest is not bad. These people have a total of more than 38,000 middle-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng searched through all the Cosmos pouches and obtained a total of more than 38,000 middle-grade soul crystals. In addition to the 10,000 middle-grade soul crystals that he had plundered from Yu Yuan and the middle-grade soul crystals that he had exchanged earlier, he had more than 80,000 middle-grade soul crystals on him. It was enough to drive the sword puppet to attack. Sword puppet, fuse! Yi Qinfeng moved his mind, and the sword puppet flew out of a special cosmos pouch. When Yi Qinfeng fused 50,000 middle-grade soul crystals into the sword puppet's gem-like eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. A level 5 mystic beast ancestor. This sword puppet has fused with 50,000 middle-grade soul crystals. It really has the strength of a level 5 mystic beast ancestor. Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile when he felt the sword puppet's strength. I wonder how much the sword puppet's strength will increase after fusing with 80,000 middle-grade soul crystals. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. However, he did not test it blindly. After all, although the sword puppet's attack power was terrifying, it also consumed a lot of energy. Yi Qinfeng needed to reserve some middle-grade soul crystals for emergencies. 13 low-grade earth weapons, 31 top-grade soul weapons, 45 high-grade soul weapons, 23 spirit-grade soul pills. After putting the sword puppet into the cosmos pouch, Yi Qinfeng took out the other items in the pouch. He had obtained a large number of earth weapons, soul weapons, and spirit-grade soul pills. Since he had the Titanic Fault Heaven Sword and Jasper Sword, these earth weapons and soul weapons were useless to him. He planned to find an opportunity to sell them all and exchange them for the middle-grade soul crystals he needed. What's this? Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng found a half-inch tall dark blue grass in a dark golden cosmos pouch. It contained the power of thunder. Sky Thunder Grass. This is Sky Thunder Grass. When Yi Qinfeng used the God-Eater brain to sense this thunder grass, information about this thunder grass immediately appeared in his mind. Sky Thunder Grass is a spiritual grass that grows by absorbing sky thunder. It contains powerful thunder energy and is a first-class spiritual object for tempering the body. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest this time. After cultivating the 6 Meridian Divine Shield to the 4th stage, Yi Qinfeng had tried to cultivate the bone tempering stage several times. However, because the bones were wrapped in flesh, it was extremely difficult to compress the energy into the bones. This Sky Thunder Grass, which contained the power of thunder, was an excellent tool for tempering the bones. Let's try out the Sky Thunder Grass's effects. Yi Qinfeng adjusted his breathing and directly swallowed the Sky Thunder Grass into his stomach. He circulated the soul-devouring art and slowly refined it. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng felt a strong force of lightning explode in his stomach. It flowed through his meridians and ran amok in his body. Immense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng had cultivated the 6 Meridian Divine Shield to the 4th stage. His body and meridians had completed a qualitative transformation. He endured the pain and silently circulated the 6 Meridian Divine Shield, forcibly compressing the power of thunder contained in the Sky Thunder Grass into his bones. During the compression process, Yi Qinfeng's flesh was constantly pierced by the power of thunder. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his cracked skin, dyeing him red. However, Yi Qinfeng ignored this. Relying on his superhuman endurance, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Bit by bit, he tempered the power of thunder contained in the Sky Thunder Grass into his bones. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the power of thunder contained in the Sky Thunder Grass was completely tempered into Yi Qinfeng's bones. It slightly increased the toughness of his bones and increased his strength by 3,000 pounds. However, the bone tempering stage required too much energy. A single Sky Thunder Grass's effect was extremely limited. The bone tempering stage is truly becoming more and more difficult to cultivate. How can I cultivate the bone tempering stage to the large success stage. After refining the sky thundergrass, Yi Qinfeng's bones had only undergone a transformation of 1/10,000th of the bone tempering stage. This made him deeply experience the difficulty of cultivating the bone tempering stage. I'll take it one step at a time. If I really can't, I'll leave the northern snow region and go to the vast northern spirit region to find opportunities. Chapter 163. North Snow Sky City, located in the center of North Snow County, was the most famous trading city in the county. Not only were the three major sects of Storm Valley, Skyfire Sect, and Thunderbird Mountain located here, but there were also many powerful families hidden here. Because of its special geographical location, countless rare treasures flowed through here every day through various channels, and some of the inheritances of the three major sects were obtained here. In order to sell the spirit and earth weapons in his possession and exchange them for the mid-grade soul crystals he needed, Yi Qinfeng hurried for several days and finally arrived at the outskirts of North Snow Sky City. What a big city! Looking at the snow-covered North Snow Sky City from afar, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh at its vastness and magnificence. Formation runes, the North Snow Sky City is actually enveloped by a great formation. Who the hell did this come from? Walking into North Snow Sky City, Yi Qinfeng found that there wasn't a single snowflake on the spacious streets. The falling snowflakes were blocked by the formation patterns above the city and couldn't fall on the clean streets. He couldn't help but be surprised at the North Snow Sky City's foundation. However, Yi Qinfeng, who had fused with a large number of formation pattern soul fragments, had a deep understanding of formation patterns, and easily found many weak points of this great formation. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of being trapped in North Snow Sky City. Moreover, he now had the sword puppet's protection. With the sword puppet's attack power that was comparable to a level 5 Mystic Beastmaster, Yi Qinfeng wouldn't be afraid even if the patriarchs of the three major sects were here. This was also the reason why he dared to openly come to North Snow Sky City and sell the Skyfire Sect spirit and earth weapons. After asking around, Yi Qinfeng learned that the biggest treasure house in North Snow Sky City was called Cloud Treasure House, which was secretly controlled by Storm Valley, the #1 sect of North Snow County. Following a road paved with lapis lazuli, Yi Qinfeng spent more than 2 hours and arrived at the pagoda-shaped Cloud Treasure House. Immediately, he felt a majestic qi rushing at his face. Facing this magnificent aura formed by the formation patterns, Yi Qinfeng stepped on the white jade stairs and walked into the luxurious Cloud Treasure Tower. The walls were inlaid with a large number of cloud patterns. "Young master, what do you want to buy?" Yi Qinfeng had just entered the Cloud Treasure Pavilion when a tall and slender young woman, wearing a tight red qipao that accentuated her figure. She had light makeup on her face and exuded a faint fragrance as she slowly walked over with her slender legs. Her voice was pleasing to the ear. "I don't want to buy anything. I want to sell something. I wonder if your Cloud Treasure Building will accept me?" Yi Qinfeng calmly looked at the charming face of the woman in the cheongsam and said in a lukewarm tone, "What does young master want to sell? My Cloud Treasure Building doesn't accept ordinary treasures." The woman in the cheongsam pursed her lips and revealed an enchanting smile as she spoke. 13 low-grade earth tools, 31 top-grade spirit tools, and 45 high-grade spirit tools, Yi Qinfeng lightly said. Yi Qinfeng's words had barely faded when the smile on the cheongsam woman's face froze. The warriors in the Cloud Treasure House immediately cast a surprised look at him. Although the Cloud Treasure House sold middle-grade earth tools, they had never seen someone sell so many low-grade earth tools and high-grade spirit tools at once. Many people began to speculate about Yi Qinfeng's identity. Many people's eyes revealed malicious intentions. They secretly had ideas about Yi Qinfeng. "I wonder if your Cloud Treasure House will accept them." Yi Qinfeng looked at the surprised face of the woman in the cheongsam and asked in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, your excellency is the most famous young master Yi Chinfeng of the North Snow region. Before the Chong Sam woman could speak, a pleasant laughter sounded. She was wearing a green silk dress. Her figure was plump like a peach, and she had fiery red hair. Yun Luo Jiao, the owner of the Treasure Cloud Treasure House, walked out from the back hall. Her provocative figure, swaying body, an invisible charm that she inadvertently emitted made all the men in the Treasure Cloud Treasure House swallow their saliva. Their eyes were glued to her. "That's me." Yi Chinfeng nodded. He held his hands behind his back and spoke like an old man. "He's the Yi Chinfeng that's been rumored recently. He looks so young. I wonder if the people of the Heavenly Fire sect know that he's here. Will they come to kill him? A good show is about to start." After learning about Yi Chinfeng's identity, everyone discussed, and the entire Treasure Cloud Treasure House became noisy. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. I didn't expect the legendary young Master Yi to be so young and handsome. I fell in love at first sight. Yun Luo Jiao's eyes revealed a mesmerizing look as she spoke, coquettishly. Seductress. Although Yi Chinfeng had a strong Tao heart, when he saw the electric current that shot out from Yun Luo Jiao's eyes and felt the charm that she emitted, his little heart couldn't help but skip a beat. In the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. However, he was still a little surprised by Yun Luo Jiao's strength. He didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be a level 6 heavenly beast immortal expert. Young Master Yi, are the spiritual weapons and earthly weapons that you're going to sell from the Heavenly Fire sect? Yun Luo Jiao saw that Yi Chinfeng had returned to normal in an instant and was no longer affected by her charm. She couldn't help but think highly of him and asked in a pleasant voice. Yes, these spiritual weapons and earthly weapons were obtained by killing the elders and protectors of the Heavenly Fire sect. I wonder if your Treasure Cloud Treasure House dares to accept them? Yi Chinfeng nodded and said without hiding anything. If young Master Yi dares to sell them, my Treasure Cloud Treasure House naturally dares to accept them. Yun Luo Jiao said in an irresistible, seductive tone. Young Master Yi, let's talk inside. After saying that, Yun Luo Jiao swayed her sexy waist and walked towards the back hall of the Treasure Cloud Treasure House. Looking at Yun Luo Jiao's sexy back, Yi Chinfeng followed her in without any hesitation. They came to a luxuriously decorated room with red flowers and green leaves. It was very elegant. Young Master Yi is really bold. Aren't you afraid that my Treasure Cloud Treasure House will harm you? Yun Luo Jiao gently closed the door and personally poured a cup of fragrant tea for Yi Chinfeng. She pursed her lips and asked softly with a smile, "Since I dared to come to the North Snow Sky City to sell my treasures, I naturally have something to rely on. Moreover, I think your Storm Valley shouldn't be so stupid as to follow in the footsteps of the Heavenly Fire sect." Yi Chinfeng took a sip of the green tea and said in a neither arrogant nor humble manner. He deliberately mentioned the background of the Treasure Cloud Treasure House. Young Master Yi is right. My Storm Valley naturally won't be so stupid as the Heavenly Fire sect to refuse a peerless genius like young Master Yi. I wonder if young Master Yi is interested in joining my Storm Valley. If young Master Yi agrees, my Storm Valley is willing to agree to all of young Master Ye's requests. Yun Luo Jiao looked at Yi Chinfeng with watery eyes and said temptingly, "Thank you for your kindness, miss, but I have no intention of joining any sect." Yi Chinfeng shook his head and tactfully refused. "Well, let's start the transaction. I wonder how many mid-grade soul crystals these spiritual tools and earth tools can be sold for?" After saying that, Yi Chinfeng took out 13 low-grade earth tools, 31 top-grade spiritual tools, and 45 high-grade spiritual tools from his Qinkuan bag and asked. Yun Luo Jiao also knew that Yi Chinfeng wasn't so easy to win over, so she didn't insist. However, when she saw the large number of treasures in front of her, her charming eyes couldn't help but light up. "Young master, you only needs mid-grade soul crystals?" "Yes, I only need mid-grade soul crystals." I wonder how many mid-grade soul crystals these spiritual tools and earth tools can be sold for? Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, My cloud treasure house has a limited amount of mid-grade soul crystals. How about this? I'll give you 80,000 mid-grade soul crystals and sell you a piece of information that interests you in exchange for these treasures. Yun Luo Jiao pondered for a moment and said, What information? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and asked coldly, It's about Fu Yue. Chapter 164. Senior Sister Fu? What happened to Senior Sister Fu? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. He did not expect Yin Luojiao's information to be related to Fu Yue. Moreover, he did not doubt Yin Luojiao's words. With his relationship with the Heavenly Fire sect, he would definitely implicate Fu Yue and the others. Yin Luojiao did not answer Yi Qinfeng's question. She looked at his face that had turned gloomy and asked shrewdly, Young Master Yi, what do you think of exchanging 80,000 middle-grade soul crystals and this information for these treasures? Deal. Yi Qinfeng nodded and agreed. He completed the deal with Yun Luojiao and received 80,000 middle-grade soul crystals. In addition to the 30,000 middle-grade soul crystals he had left earlier, he now had a total of 110,000 middle-grade soul crystals. It was enough to power the sword puppet for a long time. Now, can you tell me about Senior Sister Fu? Yi Qinfeng asked coldly. The Heavenly Fire sect should know that you have a good relationship with Fu Yue. In order to force you out, they have imprisoned Fu Yue in Flame City and publicly announced that if you don't show up in a month, they will execute Fu Yue in public. Yun Luojiao explained in detail. Crack! As soon as Yun Luojiao's voice fell, the teacup in Yi Qinfeng's hand turned into powder. A terrifying gaze shot out from his deep eyes. Please tell me the location of Flame City. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent deep in his heart. He slowly stood up and said, Young Master Yi, do you need help? If you are willing to join Storm Valley, we can help you rescue Fu Yue and teach the Heavenly Fire sect a lesson. Yun Luojiao asked in a pleasant voice. No need. I can rescue Senior Sister Fu myself. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and refused. Goodbye. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng slowly stood up and walked out of the elegant private room under Yun Luojiao's slightly surprised gaze. When he left the Cloud Treasure Building, he found 5 experts of the Heavenly Fire sect standing outside the building. They were all wearing the same Taoist robes with a flame embroidered on the left side of their robes. Judging from the aura of these 5 people, they were all level 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal experts, and their cultivation foundation was very solid. Yi Qinfeng, we've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally willing to show yourself. Because the Cloud Treasure Building was the territory of the Storm Valley, the 5 experts of the Heavenly Fire sect didn't rush in blindly. When Yi Qinfeng walked out alone, the 5 of them immediately released a powerful aura to lock on him. A white-haired old man with sunken eyes, a hooked nose, and a ferocious appearance threatened. If you don't want to suffer, then surrender obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Someone from the Heavenly Fire sect. Yi Qinfeng already had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. When he heard the white-haired old man's threat, the killing intent in his heart erupted like a volcano, directly crushing the aura lock released by the 5 people. What a powerful aura! How can a level 2 Heavenly Beast Immortal emit such a terrifying aura? Don't you know that Yi Qinfeng has comprehended sword force? He has fused his sword force into his aura. Naturally, his aura is extremely fierce. Brother Zhang, do you think Yi Qinfeng can escape from here? Escape? Didn't you see the 5 elders of the Heavenly Fire sect change their faces when they sensed his fierce aura? The number 1 of the younger generation in the North Snow region is definitely worthy of his reputation. I believe that the final winner will be Yi Qinfeng. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was not at a disadvantage when facing the Heavenly Fire sect's 5 great elders alone, the surrounding crowd discussed fervently with each other. Array, feeling the fierce aura emitted by Yi Qinfeng, the white-haired old man and the other four people's faces changed slightly. They quickly set up the heavenly fire sect's fire-melting array, and a scorching aura burst out. Perfect sword force. If it was just one person, Yi Qinfeng had the strength to kill them. However, the fire-melting array, formed by the five of them, posed a slight threat to Yi Qinfeng. However, he did not retreat. Perfect sword force gushed out from his body, turning into a 10-meter-long light sword. It carried a powerful destructive force as it slashed towards the five people. Fire melting hand. The instant Yi Qinfeng released his sword attack, the white-haired old man and the other four activated the Great Formation. The soul power released by the five of them condensed into a large hand burning with red flames, and the fist smashed into the sword that was descending from the sky. Boom! When the two powerful attacks collided, the explosion was earth-shattering. The powerful force spread out like a storm, causing the cloud treasure building to tremble slightly. Array pattern activate. Yun Luojiao did not expect the perfect sword force to be so powerful. She quickly activated the array pattern restriction in the cloud treasure building to resist the energy storm created by the clash between Yi Qinfeng and the five elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Gigantic fault, heavenly sword. The released perfect sword force was shattered by the fire-melting array. Yi Qinfeng slapped his Qinquan bag and took out the gigantic fault, heavenly sword. He circulated the 6 meridians divine shield and increased his physical strength to 200,000 genes. Blood dragon fuse. When his physical strength reached its limit, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded from his body. The powerful dragon pressure caused many of the onlookers to feel fear. Many of them couldn't withstand the dragon pressure and sat down on the ground in fright. Dragon? What is this Yi Qinfeng's identity? Why is his spirit beast a dragon? Yun Luojiao's charming eyes were filled with shock when she saw the blood dragon's shadow appear on Yi Qinfeng's body. His spiritual beast alone surpassed all the geniuses in the North Snow County, not to mention that he had also comprehended the sword force that swordsmen dreamed of. Fortunately, the Heavenly Fire Sect rejected such a genius. Otherwise, he would be the nightmare of my Storm Valley. Yun Luojiao said in her heart. Flowing cloud pierce. Wind shadow slash. Instant kill sword. Raising his strength to the peak, Yi Qinfeng held the gigantic fault heavenly sword and continuously performed the annihilation sword technique to attack the fire-melting array formed by the 5 experts of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Wave after wave of attacks were too much for the eyes to take in. The surging waves of fire were like a surging tide spreading out in all directions. Dense water ripples appeared in the air as they fluctuated. Too strong. This Yi Qinfeng is too strong. I can't believe that he is only a level 2 heavenly beast immortal. Yi Qinfeng is indeed strong, but the fire-melting array inherited by the Heavenly Fire Sect is even more mysterious. I reckon that Yi Qinfeng will not be able to escape defeat in the end. Yes, Yi Qinfeng's soul power consumption is definitely more than the 5 elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect. He will be exhausted sooner or later. Yi Qinfeng, I want to see how long you can last. The 5 Heavenly Fire Sect elders gritted their teeth and bitterly persevered. They continuously released powerful soul force into the Great Flame melting formation, controlling it to transform into various offensive forms. While blocking Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, they also attacked his body. Young Master Yi, do you need my Storm Valley to help you? Seeing Yi Qinfeng's extraordinary talent with her own eyes, Yun Luojiao bit her seductive red lips and slowly walked out. As soon as Yun Luojiao finished speaking, the 5 elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect changed their expressions. If Yun Luojiao helped Yi Qinfeng, they would be in danger. No need. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and flatly refused. In the next moment, a terrifying cold air was emitted from Yi Qinfeng's body, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature. 7 swords of judgment, extreme cold. After the fruitless attacks, Yi Qinfeng, who had lost his patience, used his ultimate killing move. An ear-piercing sword sound gushed out from the gigantic fault heavenly sword, and a terrifying sword momentum gushed out from his body. He urged the power of the great path to turn it into extreme cold sword light. Chapter 165. Gu! Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Yin Luojiao, was scared silly. A sense of fear from the depths of their souls occupied their minds, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Too terrifying. The power of that sword just now was too terrifying. Was that a sword attack from a human? He actually killed the 5 elders of the Heavenly Fire School in one strike. Recalling the power of the first style of the 7 swords of judgment, everyone present felt like they were in a dream. They looked at Yi Qinfeng with eyes full of respect and fear. After using the 7 swords of judgment to kill the 5 elders of the Heavenly Fire School, Yi Qinfeng's soul power was almost exhausted. His body was extremely weak, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. However, at this moment, no one dared to offend him. Seeing Yi Qinfeng slowly walk over after taking away the remains of the 5 elders of the Heavenly Fire School, the onlookers were so scared that they retreated and quickly opened up a path. No one dared to get close to him, and they watched his proud back as he walked further and further away. Too strong. Just what kind of inheritance did Yi Qinfeng obtain in the true spirit realm? How could he explode with such shocking attack power? Yin Luojiao had always thought that the rumors about Yi Qinfeng were exaggerated. However, after seeing Yi Qinfeng today, she realized that he was even more terrifying than the rumors. She felt that even an ordinary expert of the Mystic Beast sect would find it hard to block that sword attack, let alone herself. Phew! Although the 7 swords of judgment is terrifying, the consumption of using the power of the great Tao to use this move is too great. As he gradually walked away, the weakened Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. He did not drink the precious heavenly fate water. Instead, he took out 2 spirit-level soul pellets and threw them into his mouth. He recovered his soul power while walking out of North Snow Sky City. Because the scene of Yi Qinfeng instantly killing the 5 elders of the Sky Fire sect was too shocking, the experts of the Sky Fire sect, who were hiding in the dark, were so scared that they didn't dare to show themselves. They just let the weak Yi Qinfeng leave North Snow Sky City. What? Yi Qinfeng publicly appeared in North Snow Sky City? Not only did the 5 elders fail to capture him, he even destroyed the Great Fire melting formation with a single sword strike, instantly killing them all. When Heavenly Fire sect Master Hua Yan heard the news, he fell into a daze. He could not believe what he had just heard. How is this possible? How can Yi Qinfeng grow so quickly? How can his attack power be so terrifying? Hua Yan was well aware of the power of the Great Fire melting array. Even he himself could not break the array with a single strike and kill the 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal Elders who were in charge of the array. Could this be the might of a heaven artifact? Hua Yan did not know that Yi Qinfeng had mastered a path skill that contained the power of the Great Path. He thought that it was all thanks to the gigantic Fault Sky Sword, so he became even more obsessed with it. This Yi Qinfeng must be eliminated. The heaven artifact in his hands must also be seized. Hua Yan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After learning about Yi Qinfeng's terrifying attack power, he felt that the trap he had set up using Fu Yue might not be able to capture Yi Qinfeng. If he failed to kill Yi Qinfeng this time, Hua Yan felt that he would not have another chance in the future. It seems like I can only ask Lord Ling Yan and Martial Uncle to take action. Hua Yan sighed softly and left the Heavenly Fire Hall alone. He came to a hot magma mouth in the back mountain of the Heavenly Fire Sect to meet the only remaining great elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect, Huling Sages. Martial Uncle, Huyen has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Please show yourself. Yen bowed to the boiling hot lava and said in a humble and respectful voice. After a while, the hot magma mouth emitted a raging fire. Huling Sages, who had been cultivating in the magma and trying to break through to level 3 Mystic Beast Grandmaster, walked out of the hot magma. He asked in a deep voice, Huyen, what happened? Martial Uncle, our Heavenly Fire Sect. Huyen explained the situation in detail. Sai, I warned you long ago not to underestimate the geniuses who came out of the martial house. They are usually accompanied by great luck to be able to stand out in the martial house. After learning about Yi Qinfeng's monstrous talent and strength, Huling Sages felt pity for the Heavenly Fire Sect. If Yi Qinfeng became a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Sect, he believed that the Heavenly Fire Sect would soar together with Yi Qinfeng in the near future. Sai, I actually regret it very much. However, there is no turning back. If we cannot kill Yi Qinfeng, he will become a nightmare for our Heavenly Fire Sect when he fully matures. More importantly, he should have brought out some unimaginable inheritance from the true spirit secret realm. If these inheritances belong to us, we might be able to step into the realm of absolute kings in our lifetime. Huyen sighed softly. Such geniuses with great luck and opportunities are usually very difficult to kill. Even if I were to take action, I would not be completely confident. Unless Lord Huling Heartflame were to take action, there would be no guarantee of failure, Huling Sages said after some thought. Wait for me here. I will ask Lord Huling Heartflame for his opinion. After saying that, Abbot Fire Spirit, who was wearing a fiery red robe, walked back into the scorching magma. The Huling Heartflame he spoke of was the foundation of the Heavenly Fire Sect. It was an extremely powerful spirit flame that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Huyen, who had been patiently waiting at the mouth of the magma, suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise. A blood-red flame drilled out of the magma and transformed into a man of fire with no facial features, only 4 limbs. The Huling Heartflame was already extremely powerful. After cultivating in the Heavenly Fire Sect for nearly 10,000 years, its strength was infinitely close to the Heavenly Fire. The power it contained was enough to threaten a level 5 Mystic Beastmaster. Junior Hua Yen greets Lord Huling Heartflame. Although Huyen was the sect master of the Heavenly Fire Sect, he immediately bowed respectfully when he saw the Huling Heartflame, who had been guarding the Heavenly Fire Sect for a long time. The extremely intelligent Huling Heartflame nodded and said in human language, Huling told me about your matter. You did the right thing. If that person is destined to be unable to be of use to you, then destroy him. I will leave everything to Lord Huling Heartflame. Huyen was overjoyed when he heard Huling Heartflame's words. Don't worry. This time, Lord Huling Heart and I will take action together. We will not give him a chance to live, Huling Sages said as he followed Huling Heartflame out of the magma. Yi Qinfeng, it is time for you to die. As long as you dare to show your face in Blazing City, I will make sure that you will not be able to return. Yen calmed down when he heard that Huling Heart and Huling Heartflame were going to deal with Yi Qinfeng together. His deep eyes shone with a vicious light. Just as Huling Heart and Huling Heartflame left the Heavenly Fire Sect quietly and headed to Blazing City, which was built under a volcano, an unexpected person appeared in Blazing City. Chapter 166. North Snow Region, Flame City. Flame City was the southernmost city in the North Snow Region. It was built next to an active volcano. Due to the high temperature all year round, very few martial artists were willing to stay here. However, because Flame Mountain Range produced a type of valuable firestone, Many martial artists would come here every day to dig for firestones in the depths of Flame Mountain Range. In the beginning, the Heavenly Fire sect wanted to use Fu Yueyue as bait to lure Yi Qinfeng to the Heavenly Fire sect. They would then use the sect protection array to kill him. However, Huyen found out from Qian Daobai that Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yueyue's relationship was average. He had no choice but to take a step back and choose to stay in Flame City, which was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. This way, the chances of Yi Qinfeng appearing would be higher. I hope you didn't hurt Senior Sister Fu. Otherwise, I swear that I will make your Heavenly Fire sect disappear from North Snow region. After several days of traveling, Yi Qinfeng arrived outside Flame City. Looking at the city walls that were as black as lava, Flame City was shrouded in waves of heat. Yi Qinfeng's eyes shone with a cold light as he muttered in his heart. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yi Qinfeng carefully disguised himself. He hid his true face and wore loose clothes. He walked into the city gate that was shaped like a strange rock. When Yi Qinfeng walked into Blazing Blaze City, his sharp senses detected a wisp of soul power sweeping over him. However, the soul-devouring art that Yi Qinfeng cultivated not only allowed him to directly devour his enemy's spirit beast, but also allowed him to change his own aura. Therefore, when he hid in the dark and observed the experts of the Heavenly Fire sect entering and leaving Flame City, he didn't notice anything suspicious about him. In the only restaurant in Flame City, people came and went. Many martial artists who came to Flame Mountain Range to dig for firestones liked to drink and chat here. The environment was a little noisy. Damn it, what's going on in Flame City recently? Why are there so many experts suddenly appearing? Even Flame Mountain Range has been sealed. A tall and sturdy bald man with a muscular upper body and thick hair said as he drank a large bowl of strong liquor and cursed. Shu, lower your voice. You don't want to live anymore. Another burly man's expression changed slightly. Do you know where those experts came from? They are from the Heavenly Fire sect. If they hear you insulting them in public, you will lose your life. People from the Heavenly Fire sect? Why did they come to this God-forsaken place? The bald man's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise. I heard that they want to capture someone called Yi Qinfeng. As for why they chose Flame City, I'm not sure, the muscular man said. Forget it. Let's drink. I don't believe that we'll stay here forever. After saying that, the bald man poured another bowl of strong liquor into his stomach. Yi Qinfeng, I've been looking for you for a long time. I won't let you die in the hands of the Heavenly Fire sect. Your life belongs to me. Everything you have will also belong to me. In the corner of the restaurant, a woman covered in a black robe with a black veil on her face heard the conversation in the restaurant. Her beautiful eyes shot out a ruthless look. After entering Blaze City, Yi Qinfeng did not act rashly. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to capture an expert from Heavenly Fire sect who went out alone and interrogated him about the location of Fu Yueyue's imprisonment. He waited until it was late at night before quietly sneaking over. Array pattern. The place where Senior Sister Fu is imprisoned is indeed enveloped by a powerful array pattern. Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul perception sensed the power of the array pattern in a stone courtyard. He immediately retracted his aura and hid in the darkness. He controlled the God-Eater brain to study it. After about half an hour, a large number of array patterns appeared in the God-Eater brain. These patterns were the patterns that formed the array in the stone courtyard. After removing the threat of the array pattern, Yi Qinfeng summoned the sword spirit puppet and left it outside the stone courtyard. With a slight movement of his body, he quietly entered the stone courtyard. He saw Fu Yueyue, who had long fainted, tied to a wooden pillar. Her lips were torn, and her long black hair was scattered in the air. She was tied to a wooden pillar. Soul imprint. Yi Qinfeng hid in the dark and observed Fu Yueyue for a while. He found that her body was not injured, but her soul was imprinted. Once the imprint was broken, Fu Yue's soul would explode and she would die on the spot. How ruthless! The Heavenly Fire sect has no intention of letting senior sister Fu live. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. After hesitating for a while, he decided to use the power of the God-Eater brain to break the soul imprint in Fu Yue's mind. He would then break out of the encirclement with her. After making the decision, Yi Qinfeng moved his body slightly and rushed out like a ghost. He smashed the extremely hard wooden pillar with his palm and carried Fu Yue in his arms. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng released a powerful soul power into Fu Yue's soul without caring about his own safety. He used the power of the God-Eater brain to quickly break the soul imprint in her mind. Yi Qinfeng, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the 4 hall masters and 18 elders of the Heavenly Fire sect who were guarding the stone courtyard appeared at the same time. They surrounded Yi Qinfeng, who was carrying Fu Yue. Yu Tian Valley looked at him with a gloomy face and said coldly, facing the murderous Yu Tian Valley and the others, Yi Qinfeng ignored them and continued to control the God-Eater brain to break the soul imprint in Fu Yue's mind. Yi Qinfeng, I advise you to stop wasting your time. The soul imprint that the sect master has placed in her mind is not something you can break. You'd better surrender obediently. If we're in a good mood, maybe we can spare her life. Yu Tian Valley sneered when he saw that Yi Qinfeng ignored him and insisted on breaking the soul imprint for Fu Yue. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the soul imprint in Fu Yue's mind fluctuated. Break! Yi Qinfeng raised his soul power to the limit. With the power of the God-Eater brain, he broke the soul imprint in Fu Yue's mind and saved her life. What? How is this possible? Feeling that the soul imprint in Fu Yue's mind had disappeared, Yu Tian Valley and the others were in disbelief. They could not believe that Yi Qinfeng not only had amazing attacking power, but also had such profound attainments in array inscriptions. As the soul imprint disappeared, Fu Yue, who was unconscious, slowly woke up. When she opened her tired eyes and found herself lying in Yi Qinfeng's arms, her beautiful eyes immediately revealed a nervous and complicated look. She said anxiously, Changfeng, why are you here? This place is too dangerous. Don't worry about me and leave this place quickly. If you want to leave, we'll leave together. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yi Qinfeng stood up with Fu Yue's soft body in his arms. His tall and straight body exuded a domineering aura as he said with a murderous look, What a big mouth. You can't escape today. Yu Tian Valley suppressed the shock in his heart and stared at Yi Qinfeng like a poisonous snake. He activated the stone courtyard's array and covered the entire stone courtyard as he said eerily, Fire fall array, extinguish. Yu Tian Valley's thoughts moved and the array, formed by thousands of array patterns, burned. Dozens of burning fireballs shot towards Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yue like a meteor shower. The fireballs were extremely fast and densely covered Yi Qinfeng. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yue were about to be burned in the fireballs, Yi Qinfeng held Fu Yue and moved quickly. Every time he moved, he could easily dodge a fireball attack. What? Yu Tian Valley and the others were even more shocked when they saw Yi Qinfeng dodge the attacks of the firefall array. An unbelievable thought came to their minds. Could it be that he knows about the firefall array? This Yi Qinfeng must be killed. Otherwise, he will definitely be a huge threat to our Heavenly Fire sect. Sensing the threat posed by Yi Qinfeng, Jian Yuan and the others no longer hesitated and merged with their spiritual beasts to increase their strength. A powerful aura locked onto Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 167. Qingfeng, don't worry about me. Get out of here, quickly, or you'll die. Fu Yue knew that Heavenly Fire sect had set up a trap to kill Yi Qinfeng. She panicked when she saw Yu Tian Valley and the rest. She urged loudly, I said, we'll leave together. Yi Qinfeng said arrogantly, There was no trace of panic on his arrogant face. How arrogant! I'd like to see how you're going to take her away. Tian Valley and the rest were filled with murderous intent. Dazzling soul lights shone from their bodies as they prepared to kill Yi Qinfeng together. Uncle Master, please do something. Yi Qinfeng didn't break through the encirclement when he felt the murderous intent from Tian Valley and the rest. Instead, he shouted softly into the dark night. In the next moment, an invincible sword radiance pierced through the dark night sky and tore a huge hole in the powerful firefall array. The sword puppet, who was wearing a black robe and exuding a sharp sword aura, walked into the firefall array. Uncle Master! Since when did Yi Qinfeng have an Uncle Master? The sword puppet was no different from a real person. Tian Valley and the rest were terrified when they felt the murderous intent from him. They felt like they were being stared at by a demonic beast. Leave this to me. You guys go first. Under the control of Yi Qinfeng's will, the sword spirit puppet spoke in human language in an incomparably domineering manner. Firefall array, fire meteor. Tian Valley immediately infused his soul power into the firefall array when he felt the threat from the sword puppet. He controlled the gathering of fire in the air above the firefall array and condensed huge burning fireballs. He attacked the sword puppet like a meteor shower. The sword puppet didn't dodge the firefall array's attack. He allowed the powerful fireballs to hit his body and were shattered by his own body. What? How is this possible? How can a human's body be so terrifying? Looking at the sword spirit puppet that was bathed in the sea of fire, looking calm and unharmed, the hearts of the people from Tian Valley and the others trembled. Are you guys done attacking? The sword spirit puppet's eyes shone brighter than the stars. An invincible sword radiance shot out and tore apart the meteors falling from the sky. The sword slashed toward Tian Valley and the others. Dodge. Witnessing the power of the sword spirit puppet's sword, the people of Tian Valley were scared out of their wits. They hastily dodged the sword spirit puppet's attack. Sword spirit puppets, and this quickly and kill them all. With limited energy, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered the sword spirit puppet to kill them quickly. As for himself, he took Fu Yuiwei, whose soul was injured, and broke out of the stone courtyard. Fire melting array. After witnessing the terror of the sword spirit puppet, Genuan and the other hall masters of the Tian Valley, as well as the 18 elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect, quickly set up the Great Fire Melting Formation. They gathered their strength to form a burning lion, which roared and pounced on the sword spirit puppet. Swish! The flaming lion pounced. The sword puppet waved its arm. A sharp sword radiance shot out from the light sword formed by a large amount of energy. It split the flaming lion's body and slashed at Tian Valley and the rest who were in the fire-melting array. Boom! The fire-melting array was cracked by the sword puppet. The powerful sword force made Tian Valley and the rest vomit blood. The fire-melting array was almost broken. When the sword puppet tore the fire-melting array, Yi Qinfeng appeared at the edge of the stone courtyard with Fu Yuiwei in his arms. Perfect sword force break. The perfect sword force gushed out of Yi Qinfeng's body and formed a sharp light sword. It hit the weak point of the fire-melting array and tore a huge gap. However, when Yi Qinfeng appeared outside the stone courtyard with Fu Yuiwei's delicate body in his arms, his sharp senses suddenly sensed danger. He had goosebumps all over his body. Without thinking, he used shape-shifting phantom to form 9 speed shadows. He increased his speed and dodged in a very short time. In the instant that he dodged, 2 scorching red rays of light illuminated the dark night sky. At a speed faster than the speed of light, they bombarded Yi Qinfeng, blasting a large hole in the spot where he had just been. Second-level Black Beast Sect expert. Looking at the faint yellow light in the dark night, Yi Qinfeng's pupils immediately shrank to the most dangerous pinholes. His face turned serious. Your reaction is not slow. You managed to dodge my attack. Esteemed Huling, who was wearing a fiery red robe, walked over with heavy steps. He was tall and had a scorching aura emitting from his body. Although Esteemed Huling walked very slowly, his aura would increase with every step he took. The terrifying aura kept pressuring Yi Qinfeng's body. Sword force break. Facing the pressure of Esteemed Huling's aura, Yi Qinfeng's sword force exploded. It was like a divine sword that broke through Esteemed Huling's aura and relieved the pressure on his body. Perfect sword force. After experiencing Yi Qinfeng's perfect sword force, Esteemed Huling's pupils shrank. He was slightly surprised and said, Yi Qinfeng, you're not even 20 years old, and you've already mastered perfect sword force. I have never heard of such talent. I really don't want to destroy a genius like you. How about this? I will make the decision. As long as you obediently let I place a mark in your soul, I will spare your life and take you as my last disciple. You want to take me as your disciple? I'm afraid you're not qualified, Yi Qinfeng snorted and said with disdain. Yi Qinfeng knew that the venerable fire spirit was not interested in Yi Qinfeng's talent, but the great fortuitous encounter that Yi Qinfeng possessed. The venerable fire spirit wanted to control Yi Qinfeng and steal his fortuitous encounter. All right. I will let you know if I'm qualified or not. There was a strong murderous intent in Esteemed Huling's eyes. A fiery, red, heaven measuring ruler appeared in his hand. It carried a hot hurricane and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Senior Sister Fu, take care of yourself. Feeling that Esteemed Huling's aura had completely locked onto him, Yi Qinfeng, who had nowhere to run, immediately abandoned Fu Yueyuan in his arms. He held the gigantic fault heavenly sword that weighed 10,000 pounds and resisted with all his might. Perfect sword force. 200,000 pounds of strength explode. Facing Esteemed Huling's all-out attack, Yi Qinfeng immediately raised his strength to the peak. The blood dragon appeared on his body and roared into the sky. The terrifying aura made people feel fearful. Boom! The two heavy weapons collided and created a glaring fire. The powerful collision was like a raging river. It spread in all directions and shook the air violently. After taking Esteemed Huling's attack head-on, Yi Qinfeng felt a violent force surge into his body. It shook him so much that he crashed into the firefall array behind him. A large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. Heaven weapon. You have a heaven weapon. Esteemed Huling's eyes were fixed on the gigantic fault heavenly sword after severely injuring Yi Qinfeng with one attack. A treasure, like a heaven weapon, had not appeared in the North Snow Prefecture for thousands of years. Looking at the gigantic fault heavenly sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand, Esteemed Huling's eyes brightened. Qingfeng, are you okay? Fu Yueyue saw that Yi Qinfeng was injured. Her heart tightened. She quickly ran over and asked with concern, I'm fine. Yi Qinfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and suppressed his injuries. After taking Esteemed Huling's attack head-on, Yi Qinfeng realized the huge difference in strength between them. If it was not for the perfect sword force and the gigantic fault heavenly sword neutralizing most of the heaven-measuring ruler's attack, he would have been severely injured by Esteemed Huling in just one attack. Chapter 168. Yi Qinfeng, I'm really curious. What kind of great opportunity did you obtain in the true spirit mystic realm? You actually obtained such a heaven-defying item. Esteemed fire spirit looked at Yi Qinfeng with burning eyes and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I don't want to tell you. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed his injuries. He communicated with the sword puppet with his mind, asking it to quickly come out and help. After receiving Yi Qinfeng's order, the sword puppet, who had killed the 5 elders of the Skyfire sect and severely injured the 4 hall masters, immediately tore apart the falling fire ray and appeared outside. Who are you? The moment the sword puppet appeared, a steamed fire spirit immediately sensed a strong threat from the sword puppet. His expression changed, and he became vigilant. You don't deserve to know who I am, the sword puppet said domineeringly. The sharp sword aura emanating from its body continued to cut through the air. Sword puppet, I'll leave this person to you, Yi Chenfeng instructed. He wanted to leave this place quickly with Fu Yue. Where do you think you're going? A steamed fire spirit saw that Yi Chenfeng and Fu Yue wanted to leave. He waved his hand and condensed a huge flaming hand. It burned the air and pressed towards Yi Chenfeng and Fu Yue, not giving them a chance to leave. Swoosh! The moment a steamed fire spirit attacked, the sword puppet attacked. A sharp sword light cut through the air and dispersed the huge flaming hand that a steamed fire spirit condensed. It covered Yi Chenfeng and Fu Yue as they left. What a terrifying attack! What kind of expert is this person? After seeing the sword puppet's attack, a steamed fire spirit's heart was in turmoil. He could not figure out the origin of the sword puppet, no matter how hard he racked his brains. Die! A thunderous voice came from the sword puppet. As the long sword in its hand cut through the void, a crescent-like sword light flew towards a steamed fire spirit, whose expression changed drastically. Ninjong Heaven Measuring Ruler! Sensing the power of this sword, a steamed fire spirit decisively injected all his soul power into the heaven measuring ruler. He condensed a giant ruler that was 30 meters tall and burning with hot flames and smashed it towards the crescent moon sword light. Kacha! When the 9-foot-long heaven measuring ruler hit the waning moon sword light, it shattered like glass hitting black iron. After the invincible sword light shattered the 9-foot-long heaven measuring ruler, it continued to attack Master Fire Spirit's chest. Lord Ling Yen, save me! Just as Guru Fire Spirit's chest was about to be pierced by Waning Moon's sword beam, a ball of extremely compressed red flames drilled out of his body and struck Waning Moon's sword beam, forcefully blocking the sword puppet's killing move. A level 5 mystic beast ancestor. You are very strong. The thorn-like red flames transformed into a human figure. 2 vortex-like eyes shot out beams of light as he looked at the stern sword puppet and spoke in a low voice. Level 5 mystic beast ancestor. After knowing the sword puppet's strength, esteemed fire spirit and the Yutian Valley people who chased out of the firefall formation were shocked. Could it be that Yi Chenfeng gave up part of his opportunity to get close to a rank 4 sect to seek their protection? That's not right. If Yi Chenfeng really had a connection with a 4th rank sect, they wouldn't have just sent one master. Maybe this person is a rogue cultivator. Fire Spirit Master and the others kept guessing the identity of the sword spirit puppet. Leave this person to me. You guys quickly chase after Yi Chenfeng. Don't let him escape. At this moment, Fire Spirit Flame, who was full of raging flames, spoke in human language and said in a low voice, All right. Esteemed Fire Spirit and the rest nodded and immediately sped up to chase after Yi Chenfeng. Kill. When the sword puppet saw esteemed Fire Spirit and the rest chasing after Yi Chenfeng, it immediately held its energy light sword and attacked esteemed Fire Spirit and the rest. The terrifying sword light illuminated the sky and poured down like mercury. Your opponent is me. When the sword puppet attacked, the Fire Spirit Flame immediately changed its form and turned into a burning spear. The spear spun and pierced through the silver-white sword shadow. It's comparable to a rank 5 Black Beast Sect's spiritual fire. Yi Chenfeng and the sword puppet were connected. Through the sword puppet, he knew the Fire Spirit Flame's strength and felt a little troubled. I really underestimated the Heavenly Fire Sect. I didn't expect them to have the help of a Heaven and Earth Spirit Flame. This is going to be troublesome. Although Yi Qinfeng summoned the golden rock wings and could easily bring Fu Yue out of Flame City, he would most likely lose the sword puppet if he did that. He could only continuously replenish his energy by meeting up with the sword puppet. Senior Sister Fu, leave this place first. I'll help you block them. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinfeng bit his lips and said, No, we'll leave together. I won't abandon you and leave alone. Fu Yue said in a firm tone. Yi Qinfeng disregarded his own safety and risked his life to save her. She was very touched. She decided to live and die with Yi Qinfeng. Senior Sister Fu, I can't leave now. I have to go back and meet up with my martial uncle. If you stay by my side, you'll be a burden to us. Hearing Fu Yue's firm tone, Yi Qinfeng was more anxious than touched. He kept explaining himself. Senior Sister Fu, please believe me. The Heavenly Fire sect can't kill me. As long as you leave safely, I'll definitely leave this place safely. Yi Qinfeng vowed. But no buts. If you don't leave now, we'll all be in danger. Yi Qinfeng urged anxiously. All right then. Take care. I'll wait for you outside. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's firm gaze, Fu Yue bit her moist lips and nodded heavily. Senior Sister Fu, this is for you. After drinking it, you'll instantly recover your exhausted soul power and physical strength. Yi Qinfeng stuffed a small bottle of precious vitality water into Fu Yue's soft hands and whispered, Chengfeng, be careful. Fu Yue raised her head and drank the small bottle of vitality water. She instantly recovered her exhausted soul power. She looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had melted her frozen heart with a complicated gaze. Then she turned and left. After separating from Fu Yue, Yi Qinfeng held the titanic fault heavenly sword and quickly turned back to face esteemed fire spirit and the rest. Why is Yi Qinfeng back? Esteemed fire spirit and the rest, who were in hot pursuit, suddenly realized that Yi Qinfeng was rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. They were all stunned. Life spirit technique, burning 100 years of lifespan. While esteemed fire spirit was hesitating, Yi Qinfeng made up his mind and burned 100 years of his lifespan. A large amount of life force burst out from his body and filled his body. It pushed his strength to rise steadily. Soon he broke through the heavenly beast immortal realm and stopped at the second-level mystic beast grandmaster realm. What? His strength increased tremendously? How did he do it? Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's strength had increased by a large realm in an instant, esteemed fire spirit and the rest were shocked. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had never heard of such a secret technique to increase one's strength, let alone seen it. Chapter 169. Yi Qinfeng, I realize that I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. It seems like you must have obtained the most precious inheritance in the true spirit secret realm. Esteemed Hualing stared at Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to know what kind of opportunity Yi Qinfeng had obtained in the true spirit secret realm that allowed him to rise so quickly. You talk too much nonsense. Time was limited. Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any more time. His perfect sword force gushed out of his body and merged into the gigantic fault heavenly sword as he attacked esteemed Hualing. Instant kill sword. A sword radiance that surpassed the speed of light pierced through the sky and left a deep sword mark in midair. The sword pierced towards esteemed Hualing's chest, trying to pierce through his chest. 9-foot heaven measuring ruler. Yi Qinfeng used instant kill to attack. Esteemed Hualing used the heaven measuring ruler to block it. The 9-foot heaven measuring ruler was like a pillar that supported the sky. It hit Yi Qinfeng's instant kill sword. Kacha! The two soul skills clashed and the 9-foot heaven measuring ruler immediately shattered. The sharp sword radiance pierced through the heaven measuring ruler and pierced through esteemed Hualing's shoulder at a speed that was undetectable to the naked eye. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder and a large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. What? The Supreme Elder is injured? Yu Tianvalley and the rest, who were about to attack together, were shocked when they saw Yi Qinfeng piercing through esteemed Hualing's chest. "What are you doing?" "Set up the Great Fire melting formation with me." Esteemed Hualing made a prompt decision after seeing how terrifying Yi Qinfeng's abilities were. He quickly set up the Great Fire melting formation with Yu Tianvalley, Jianyuan, and the rest of the Hall Masters and more than 10 elders. Countless flames shone above their heads. Fire beasts gallop. Under esteemed Hua Ling's control, the Great Fire melting formation started to revolve rapidly. A large amount of fire energy transformed into ferocious fire beasts that charged towards Yi Qinfeng to attack. A large number of fire beasts attacked, and a blood dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. It let out a deafening dragon roar at the fire beasts, and a terrifying sound wave surged like a tsunami, engulfing the fire beasts. Blood dragon, die! Under the control of Yi Qinfeng's mind, his spiritual beast, the blood dragon, twisted its huge body and rushed into the group of fire beasts, fighting fiercely with the fire beasts condensed by the fire fusion array. Wind shadow / break. While the blood dragon was blocking the attack of the fire beast, Yi Qinfeng leaped into the air. The perfect sword force and the power of the profound cold spirit water merged together, turning into a sword light that cut across the sky and earth, spinning and slashing towards the Great Fire melting formation. Fire vortex block. As the wind shadow / descended, the flame energy above the Great Fire melting array spun rapidly, forming a giant whirlpool that covered an area of 1 kilometer. It forcibly blocked the wind shadow / that was infused with the power of the profound cold spirit water. Rumble. The moment the two forces collided, a terrifying energy storm was formed. It spread out at an extremely fast speed, destroying a large number of buildings and scaring the martial artists in the Flame City into fleeing in panic. As Yi Qinfeng used the Life Soul technique and attacked the Great Fire melting formation with his own strength, the Sword Puppet and the Fire Heart spiritual flames' fierce battle had reached its climax. Although the Fire Heart spiritual flames attack could scare even a level 6 mystic beast sect expert, the Sword Puppet's body was indestructible, and the Fire Heart spiritual flames attack posed no threat to it. On the other hand, the Sword Puppet's attack was constantly damaging the Fire Heart spiritual flame, completely restraining its attack, which made it very angry and annoyed. Fire Spirit Drill. The Fire Heart spiritual flame compressed its body to the extreme and instantly turned into a fire needle that was as thick as a finger. It spun and pierced towards the Sword Puppet's eyes, which seemed to have the weakest defense. TSK. The Sword Puppet's eyes were pierced by the Fire Spirit Drill, and a large amount of sparks sputtered out. What? Is he not human? After piercing the Sword Puppet's eyes, the Fire Heart spiritual flame felt as though he had pierced black iron. His attack, that was compressed to the extreme, was actually unable to injure the Sword Puppet's eyes. This made him suspect the identity of the Sword Puppet. Roar! While the Fire Heart spiritual flame was still in shock, the Sword Puppet suddenly opened its mouth and let out an inhuman roar. A sharp sword light flew out from its mouth and pierced the Fire Heart spiritual flame at close range. It forcefully split open a hole in the Sword Puppet's body and damaged its body. After spitting out a sword light to injure the Fire Heart spiritual flame, the Sword Puppet didn't continue to attack. Instead, it suddenly abandoned the Fire Heart spiritual flame and flew towards Yi Qinfeng. After an intense battle with the Fire Heart spiritual flame, the Sword Puppet didn't have much energy left. If it couldn't replenish the energy it needed in time, it would lose its ability to fight. The Fire Heart spiritual flame was extremely intelligent. When it saw the Sword Puppet suddenly abandon it, it immediately felt suspicious. It ignored the damage to its body and quickly chased after the Sword Puppet, following it to Yi Qinfeng's side. 50,000 mid-grade soul crystals fuse. Yi Qianfeng, who was using the annihilation sword art and attacking ferociously, saw the sword puppet that had almost exhausted all its energy flying towards him. He did not hesitate to take out 50,000 mid-grade soul crystals from his Qingquan bag and fuse them all into the sword puppet. After fusing with 50,000 pounds of mid-grade soul crystals, the sword puppet's combat power recovered to the level of a level 5 mystic beast grandmaster. The sword slashed down from the void and directly tore a crack in the great fire melting array. It shook everyone, including the fire heart spiritual flame, to the point where they spat out blood. As expected, he isn't human. After seeing the sword puppet fuse with 50,000 mid-grade soul crystals, the fire heart spiritual flame guessed his identity. It immediately changed its target and condensed a large burning fireball, attacking Yi Qinfeng. Mystic Frost Spirit Water, break. After being attacked by the fire heart spiritual flame, Yi Qinfeng immediately released the power of the Mystic Frost Spirit Water to defend himself. The bone-chilling cold surrounded his body and constantly weakened the fireball's power. The aura of spirit water. You have subdued a type of spirit water. Spirit fire and spirit water were the same. They were both spirit items that were nurtured by heaven and earth and were unique. Sensing the aura of spirit water in Yi Qinfeng's body, the fire heart spiritual flame was shocked. Sword puppet, let's go. The burning life force in his body began to weaken. Yi Qinfeng, whose realm was slowly declining, did not continue fighting. He mentally gave the sword puppet an order to cover his escape. Where do you think you're going? Spirit fire triple strike. While Yi Qinfeng was escaping, the fire heart spiritual flame suddenly ignited its own power and launched a killing move at Yi Qinfeng. Wave after wave of fire swept through the world, burning the air. It was like a raging wave attacking Yi Qinfeng. It wanted to burn Yi Qinfeng to death under this move. Sword puppet block. As the scorching fire wolf attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt a suffocating feeling. As expected, he ordered the sword puppet to block in front of him, blocking the overlapping waves of fire, just as the sword puppet was like an unshakable boulder. Using its body to block the spirit fire triple strike, the fire heart spiritual flame, which had ignited its own power, suddenly compressed its power to the limit and turned it into an extremely thin fire needle. It pierced through the waves of fire and stabbed at Yi Qinfeng at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. As the fire heart spiritual flame's attack was too fast and Yi Qinfeng was affected by the waves of fire, his perception was slightly delayed. Chapter 170. Die. It pierced Yi Qinfeng's heart meridian, and the fire heart spirit flame burst out with endless spirit fire, wanting to pierce through his heart meridian and burn his body into ashes. Chaos Divine would defend. Mystic Frost Spirit Water attack. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Chaos Divine would to protect his heart meridian and released the Mystic Frost Spirit Water to attack, wanting to force the fire heart spirit flame out of his body. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The fire heart spirit flame and the mystic frost spirit water clashed fiercely in Yi Qinfeng's body, forming a mixture of water and fire that continuously crushed Yi Qinfeng's body and meridians, destroying his body beyond recognition. Large amounts of blood sprayed out from his torn body like a fountain. Chaos Divine would devour. Seeing that he couldn't withstand the mixture of water and fire in his body, Yi Qinfeng forcefully controlled the Chaos Divine wood, forming thousands of extremely thin green roots to attack the fire heart spirit flame. What is this? The fire heart spirit flame realized that the extremely thin green roots ignored the scorching energy it released and drilled into its body, crazily devouring its energy. In just a single breath, 1% of its energy had been devoured by the Chaos Divine wood, which made it feel a deep sense of fear. The fire heart spirit flame was afraid, as its energy was constantly being devoured by the Chaos Divine wood. It gave up on attacking the mystic frost spirit water and drilled out of Yi Qinfeng's severely injured body with all its might. Although the fire heart spirit flame escaped in time, 1/10 of its energy was still devoured by the chaos divine wood, which made it very angry. Sword puppet, quickly bring me away. Yi Qinfeng might have escaped, but his body was severely injured. If he hadn't cultivated the 6 meridian divine shield to the 5th level and had a qualitative change to his body, he wouldn't be able to recover from such serious injuries for the rest of his life. After receiving Yi Qinfeng's order, the sword puppet decisively gave up on attacking Guru Fire Spirit and the others. It quickly brought the severely injured and dispirited Yi Qinfeng out of Blazing Flame City and disappeared. Lord Spirit Flame, should we chase after them? Looking at the sword puppet's disappearing figure, esteemed Fire Spirit, who was severely injured and had blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, said unwillingly. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that not only did he fail to kill Yi Qinfeng, but he had also saved Fu Yue and killed his way out of the encirclement. Don't worry, I left a mark on him. He can't run away. The fire heart's spiritual flame was deep, and flames flickered in its eyes. It said in a low voice, however, the puppet that is protecting him is very strong. If we want to kill him, we need to plan carefully. Puppet. Fire Spirit Guru raised his eyebrows and said in shock, Lord Ling Yan, that terrifying man in black is a puppet? Yes, that person is a puppet made from special materials. Fire Heart of Flame, who had a long life, nodded. Could it be that he also obtained that puppet in the true spirit realm? Master Fire Spirit and the others gasped. They could not imagine what kind of opportunity Yi Qinfeng had obtained in the true spirit mystic realm. Phew, that spiritual flame was too strong. If it wasn't for the chaos divine wood restraining it, I would have died. Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding in a mountain in the northwest of Flame City, laid on the damp ground. Recalling what had just happened, he still had a lingering fear. Although he had escaped, he was severely injured by the Fire Heart's spiritual flame's full power attack. Most of his meridians were broken, and his organs were also damaged to varying degrees. Even if Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his 6 meridian divine shield to the 5th realm and had the divine water of heaven's secrets, he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Sword puppet, protect me. Kill anyone who comes near. Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood and flesh, climbed up from the ground. He drank a small mouthful of the water of life and recovered 50 years of his life. He then drank a bit of the divine water of heaven's secrets and gave the sword puppet an important order. He then started to use the soul-devouring art to heal himself. Soon, Yi Qinfeng entered a state of emptiness. The spiritual qi in the forest was attracted to him and poured into his body. It slowly healed his injuries and repaired his severely damaged meridians. Hee, little brother Qinfeng, we meet again. Just as the sky was getting darker and darker, and the sun was setting in the west, a seductive voice suddenly rang out in the forest. It entered Yi Qinfeng's ears and interrupted his healing. She was wearing a fiery, red, tight-fitting long dress. Her round and perky buttocks and ample breasts were particularly alluring. She swayed as she walked, like a peach blossom blooming in winter. The delicate and charming moon raiment walked through a lush bush and walked over. It's you. Looking at Yu Nichang's hot body and charming face, Yi Qinfeng's face darkened. He didn't expect to meet Yu Nichang here. Why are you surprised? I came across your portrait by accident and came looking for you. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's gloomy face, Yu Nichang revealed a charming smile and said, You also want my fortuitous encounter. Although Yi Qinfeng's injuries were very serious, he wasn't afraid that Yu Nichang would hurt him with the protection of the sword puppet. Your fortune should belong to me. Shouldn't I take it back? Yu Nichang gently licked her seductive red lips and revealed a cold smile. She was still holding a grudge against Yi Qinfeng for snatching the icy peak's fortune. My fortune was exchanged with my life and death. It doesn't belong to anyone. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his injuries as he said in a low voice, "Is that so? It seems that little brother Qinfeng doesn't want to share it with me." Yu Nikhang slightly raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a cold smile. A powerful aura burst out from her hot body. The moment Yu Nikhang released her aura, a monstrous sword aura gushed out from the sword puppet. The sword aura was so strong that it changed the color of the sky and tore apart the oppressive aura released by Yu Nikhang. Either get lost or die. The sword puppet slightly opened its mouth and said in an overbearing manner, "Xian beast sex expert." Yu Nichang's expression changed when she felt the aura released by the sword puppet. She didn't expect the sword puppet to be so strong. It gave her such a great threat. "I don't like to repeat myself. If you don't get lost, then leave your life here," the sword puppet said with cold killing intent. "Yi Qinfeng, I should have a share of the icy peak's fortune. If you're willing to share it with me and help me break through to the Xian beast sex realm, I'll accept your kindness and leave immediately." Yu Nikhang said with a gloomy expression, "Since you don't want to leave, then leave your life here." The sword puppet's eyes flashed with killing intent. A sharp sword light cut through the sky and slashed towards Yu Nikhang. The dense sword light made Yu Nikhang feel suffocated and scared. "Yi Qinfeng, I'll remember you. Don't give me a chance, or I'll teach you a lesson." After witnessing the terror of the sword spirit puppet, Moon Raiment, who had narrowly dodged the world-shaking sword ray, left behind a ruthless sentence, she turned around and leaped into the lush shrubs, disappearing from sight. Since Yu Nikhang didn't reveal any killing intent towards him, Yi Qinfeng didn't let the sword puppet kill her with all its strength and let her leave. "I can't stay here for long." Yi Qinfeng, who had slightly stabilized his injuries, took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty, preparing to leave quickly. But at this moment, a red light suddenly streaked across the sky like a meteor, flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 171. Yi Qinfeng, we meet again. You didn't expect me to catch up so quickly, did you? The fire heart spirit flame transformed into a human form and spoke in a deep voice. "It seems like you left a tracking mark on me," Yi Qinfeng said with a gloomy expression. He quickly released his soul power to check his body. "You don't have to look for it. You won't be able to find the mark I left on you with your strength. You'd better surrender." The fire heart spirit flame said confidently. Waves of scorching energy erupted from his body and filled the air. It instantly burned the trees in the forest to ashes. "You want to kill me? You're not worthy. Sword puppet, break through with all your might." Yi Qinfeng's body was in a very bad condition, and the fire heart spirit flame was extremely terrifying. Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to continue fighting. He quickly ordered the sword puppet to break through the encirclement and leave. "Why? Are you still going to make a pointless struggle?" When Yi Qinfeng broke through the encirclement under the protection of the sword puppet, the fire heart spirit flame transformed into a fire dragon and attacked them. The ferocious spirit flame attack completely restricted Yi Qinfeng, preventing him from breaking through the encirclement under the protection of the sword puppet. Just as Yi Qinfeng was trapped in a sea of fire and in a dangerous situation, esteemed fire spirit, the 4 hall masters of the heavenly fire sect, and the remaining 10 elders rushed over, making his situation worse. "Great fire melting array!" Esteemed fire spirit roared and quickly set up a powerful great fire melting array with Yu Tingu, Jianyuan, and the others. They condensed a huge flaming hand and pressed it towards Yi Qinfeng with a powerful destructive force. Swoosh! The sword spirit puppet tore a tens of feet long hole in the air with a single swing of its sword, then split the giant fiery hand that was descending from the sky. After the flaming hand was destroyed, the fire heart spirit flame transformed into a fire dragon and attacked with all its might. The ferocious attack constantly depleted the sword puppet's energy. Facing the fire heart spirit flame, master fire spirit, and the other's ferocious attacks, Yi Chen-feng was in a very dangerous situation. If he was not careful, he could die here. However, there was no trace of panic on his face. As he dodged the attacks with shifting phantom, he constantly used the power of the God-Eater brain to sense the tracking mark left on him by the fire heart spirit flame. He tried his best to get rid of the tracking mark on him. 18. The fire heart spirit flame actually left 18 tracing marks on my body. With the God-Eater brain's detection, Yi Chen-feng detected 18 tracing marks on his body. He hurriedly used the power of the God-Eater brain to forcefully erase these tracing marks. When the 18 tracking marks disappeared one by one, Fireheart Spirit Flame, who was attacking the sword puppet with all his might, immediately noticed it and revealed a look of shock. He could not imagine that Yi Chen-feng, who was only a second-tier heavenly beast immortal, could not only detect the location of the 18 tracing marks, but also had the ability to remove them one by one. 60,000 mid-grade soul crystals fuse. After removing the tracing marks on his body, Yi Chen-feng no longer had any worries. In order to break out of this place, he took out the remaining 60,000 mid-grade soul crystals and fused them into the sword puppet. After fusing with the soul power of 60,000 mid-grade soul crystals, the sword puppet's body exploded with a powerful force. Its combat strength rose steadily and reached the limit of a 5th-tier mystic beast ancestor. Sword puppet, take this sword. With the sword puppet's strength rising sharply, Yi Chen-feng threw the gigantic fault heavenly sword, which weighed over 10,000 kilograms, to it. With the gigantic fault heavenly sword in hand, the sword puppet's attack power reached an unimaginable level. With just one sword, it broke through the Fire Heart Spirit Flame's all-out attack and tore apart the Great Fire Fusion Formation formed by Master Fire Spirit and the others. Fuse! The Great Fire Fusion Formation was torn apart. Fire Heart Spirit Flame decisively fused into the Great Fire Fusion Formation, increasing the power of the Great Fire Fusion Formation for the final fight. If they couldn't kill Yi Chen-feng and Fire Heart Spirit Flame this time, Master Fire Spirit knew that he might not have another chance to kill Yi Chen-feng in the future. The Heavenly Fire Sect's reputation would be ruined because of Yi Chen-feng. More importantly, once Yi Chen-feng matured, what awaited the Heavenly Fire Sect would be the end of the world. Golden Rock Wings. Just as Fire Heart Spirit Flame and the others were going all out to kill Yi Chen-feng, the severely injured Yi Chen-feng gritted his teeth and summoned the 10-meter-long Golden Rock Wings. The dark, golden rock wings shone dazzlingly under the setting sun. Wings. This Yi Chen-feng actually has a pair of heavenly beast wings. How many trump cards does he have that he hasn't revealed yet? When Master Fire Spirit and the others saw the golden rock wings spread out behind Yi Chen-feng's back and the feathers were like sharp swords, they were shaken. Burning 50 years of my lifespan. Although he had summoned the golden rock wings, Yi Chen-feng's injuries were too severe. He couldn't use the golden rock wings to fly. He had no choice but to burn another 50 years of his lifespan and forcefully raise his cultivation to a Class 2 Mystic Beast ancestor. As his cultivation increased, Yi Chen-feng's soul power rapidly increased. However, the sudden increase in soul power caused even greater damage to Yi Chen-feng's body. It kept bursting his severely injured meridians. However, in order to escape, Yi Chen-feng couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and forcefully flapped his golden rock wings amidst the storm-like attacks. He raised gusts of hurricanes and flew into the air. Great fire melting array, flaming storm. When Fire Heart Spirit Flame saw that Yi Chen-feng wanted to escape through the air, he didn't hesitate to burn his spiritual fire body. He increased the power of the Great Fire Melting Array to the greatest extent, forming a terrifying flaming storm. It swept across the sky and engulfed Yi Qinfeng. Everyone listened to my order. Burn your soul power. Never in his wildest dreams did Master Hualing expect that they would have to pay such a high price to kill Yi Qinfeng. However, there was no time for them to hesitate. Under Master Hualing's lead, Jian Yuan and the others in Yutian Valley burned their own soul power to increase the power of the firestorm. Sword puppet, tear attack! Yi Qinfeng was engulfed by the flaming storm. He couldn't break out of the encirclement and had to order the sword puppet to attack with all its might to tear the flaming storm apart. TSK. The sword puppet's sword radiance tore the flaming storm apart. However, the flaming storm's cracks were repaired in an instant. The sword puppet had no choice but to continue attacking. Yi Qinfeng, who was in the storm, controlled the golden rock wings to protect himself. He defended with all his might under the protection of the sword puppet and endured the remaining power of the flaming storm. As time passed, both sides were in a stalemate. Under the sword puppet's relentless attacks, the flaming storm that had been torn apart countless times became weaker and weaker. Fire Spirit Master and the rest, who were burning their soul power and clenching their teeth, were also on the verge of death. 50 years of life burn! At this moment, the life force in Yi Qinfeng's body was completely depleted. As a last resort, Yi Qinfeng burned another 50 years of life to continue increasing his strength. His physical injuries were also getting more and more serious due to the increase in soul power in his body. Almost all his passageways were ruptured, and his organs started to bleed. Sword puppet, attack with all your might. As his injuries became more and more serious, Yi Qinfeng knew that he wouldn't be able to survive if this dragged on. As he ordered the sword puppet to attack with all its might, he unleashed his perfect sword force. He was prepared to activate the power of the Great Tao and unleash the 7 swords of judgment. At this moment, there was an attack outside the Great Fire Melting Formation. Yu Nikhang, who had returned, was holding a pair of earth-grade swords. She continuously unleashed her soul skills to attack the Great Fire Melting Formation. Fire Spirit Master and the rest were focused on attacking Yi Qinfeng because of the Fire Heart's spiritual flames. They couldn't divert their attention to attacking Yu Nikhang. Very soon, the Great Fire Melting Formation was torn apart by Yu Nikhang. The formation's strength dropped sharply. Chi. As the Great Fire Melting Formation's strength dropped, the sword puppet suddenly attacked. An extremely destructive sword light slashed the surface of the flaming storm. It directly tore a hole that was more than 10 meters long in the flaming storm. Yi Qinfeng grabbed this opportunity and flapped his golden rock wings. He flew out of the flaming storm in an extremely short period of time and appeared outside. He was astonished to see Yu Nikhang attacking the Great Fire Melting Formation. Yi Qinfeng couldn't understand why Yu Nikhang, who had a grudge against him, would take such a huge risk to save him. Your life is mine. Apart from me, nobody can take it away. Chapter 172. Crazy Woman. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. He felt that Yu Nichang's explanation was ridiculous and speechless. Go to hell. The Fire Heart spirit flame flew into a rage after Yi Qinfeng broke out of the encirclement. It ignored the damage to its body and forcefully mobilized the fire melting array, condensing a huge fireball. Like a falling meteor, it tore through the void and shot toward Yi Qinfeng. Sword puppet, block it. Sensing the destructive power contained in the fireball, Yi Qinfeng immediately ordered the sword puppet to use its indestructible body to block it. Boom! The fireball bombarded the sword puppet's body, and the explosive power instantly engulfed its body. The endless flames were like an erupting tide, boiling in the air and destroying everything. Yi Qinfeng, who was flying in the air, couldn't dodge in time and lost control. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell to the ground and landed not far from Yu Nikhang. Die. Seeing Yi Qinfeng fall from the sky, The fire heart spirit flame once again compressed its body to the limit, turning into an extremely thin fire needle. Before the sword puppet could block it, Yi Chen Feng launched a fatal attack. If you don't want to die, attack together with me. Otherwise, you and I will both die here. At this critical moment, Yi Chen Feng transmitted his voice to Yu Nikhang, who had turned pale with fright. Limitless Aqua Moon Sword. Sensing the threat of death from the fire heart spirit flame, Yu Nikhang gritted her teeth and raised her strength to the peak. She slashed out a limitless Aqua Moon Sword light, cutting through the turbulent air and slashing toward the fire heart spirit flame. 7 swords of judgment, extreme chill. The moment Yu Nikhang made her move, Yi Chen Feng roared, and a perfect sword aura gushed out, forcefully evolving the power of the Great Tao. A sword filled with extreme coldness shot out, carrying with it the terrifying power of the Great Tao. It shattered the air and bombarded the fire heart spiritual flame that had been compressed to the extreme. Boom! The 3 terrifying forces collided together, instantly creating 1,000 ripples. The terrifying explosion devoured everything, lighting up the endless void. Endless waves of energy surged out in all directions like a tsunami, turning the forest within a radius of several miles into ruins. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Pooh! Yu Nikhang was struck by this terrifying energy and felt as if her body had been struck by a heavy hammer. The violent power broke into her body, breaking her sternum. A large amount of blood spurted out from her mouth, and her entire body flew backwards. As for Yi Chen Feng, his injuries were even more severe. All the meridians in his body had been severed, and his hair had been charred black. His entire body was a bloody mess, and his body had almost been torn apart by this destructive force. The fire heart spirit flame was also heavily injured after taking on Yi Chen Feng's and Yu Nichang's strongest soul skills head-on. Its spiritual body was riddled with holes, and it was extremely weak. Let's go! While the fire heart spirit flame was weak, Yi Chen Feng drank a mouthful of the water of heavenly fate and instantly recovered his expended soul power. He didn't care about the injuries to his body and kept the sword puppet, whose energy was almost depleted, into his Qinkuan bag. He flapped his golden rock wings vigorously and carried the severely injured and almost unconscious Yu Nikhang into the void. They quickly escaped out of the forest. Damn it, we let them escape. Seeing Yi Chen Feng fly into the sky, the fire heart spirit flame, Master Huling, and the rest gnashed their teeth in hatred. However, they were also severely injured from the previous battle and couldn't chase after Yi Chen Feng. They could only watch as they flew further and further away before disappearing into the horizon. Hold on, I have to hold on. The water of heavenly fate helped Yi Chen Feng recover his expended soul power. However, his injuries were too severe. If not for his strong determination and unyielding heart, he wouldn't have been able to carry the unconscious Yu Nikhang and fly for such a long time. About 4 hours later, when Yi Chen Feng was flying above a mountain range that stretched for an unknown number of miles, he finally fell from the sky due to his heavy injuries. He smashed through several tall ancient trees and fell heavily on the ground, creating a large crater. A large amount of blood spurted out from the crater. Sword puppet, protect me! Before Yi Chen Feng fainted, he summoned the sword puppet, whose energy was severely depleted. He gave his last order before he fainted. Ta, ta, ta. After some time, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky and split the thick, dark clouds in the sky into 2. Heavy rain, accompanied by gusts of hurricanes, descended from the sky and washed over the entire world. In this violent storm, Yi Chen Feng, who had been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights, finally woke up. Phew, thankfully I'm still alive. Yi Chen Feng opened his tired eyes and discovered that he was still alive. A smile of relief appeared on his pale face. He took a deep breath and struggled to his feet. He took out several spirit-grade soul pills and threw them into his mouth to heal his injuries. The heavenly fire sect's spiritual fire was too terrifying. Thankfully, I had the protection of the sword puppet. Otherwise, I would have been killed by it. Yi Qinfeng still felt a lingering fear when he thought back to how terrifying the fire heart's spiritual fire was. Yi Qinfeng managed to survive under the protection of the sword puppet. However, his physical condition was very poor. He silently circulated the soul-devouring art and sensed his body. He discovered that almost all of his meridians were broken and his internal organs were severely damaged. Even his heart, which was protected by the chaotic divine wood, was damaged to a certain extent. With such heavy injuries, even if he used a spirit-grade soul pill and the water of heavenly fate to heal them, it would take at least 100 days for him to recover. After checking his body, Yi Qinfeng cast his gaze towards the unconscious Yu Nikhang, who was not far from him. The unconscious moon Raymond's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a deep pain could be seen on her cheeks. Her severely damaged clothes had been soaked in the rain, and they were tightly clinging to her exquisite body. However, Yi Qinfeng did not have the time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. This was because he discovered that Yu Nichang's injuries were even more serious than his own. Her life could be in danger at any moment. "AI, since you helped me just now, I'll save you this time. If it weren't for you, Nikhang tearing apart the great fire melting array, Yi Qinfeng would not have had the chance to escape. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Yu Nikhang did not show any killing intent towards him. After considering it all, Yi Qinfeng decided to save her. Let's find a cave first." Yi Qinfeng discovered that the rain was getting heavier and heavier. He placed the sword puppet into his Qinkuan bag and picked up the unconscious Yu Nikhang. Then he began to travel through the rain. Around half an hour later, the physically and mentally exhausted Yi Qinfeng found a secluded cave in a mountain stream. He quickly entered and laid Yu Nikhang down on the beast hide he had prepared. As his gaze swept over Yu Nichang's delicate and charming face, Yi Qinfeng released his soul force into her body. He discovered that her ribs were all broken and her organs were somewhat displaced. There was also a thick remnant of spiritual fire energy in her body that was constantly nibbling away at her life force. If not for Yu Nichang's strength and vitality, her injuries would have already taken her life. "I'm saving you. Don't blame me." Yi Qinfeng's gaze swept over her beautiful face as he muttered to himself, "Rip." A sound was heard. Yi Qinfeng tore a hole in Yu Nichang's clothes. But at this moment, Yu Nichang's eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly woke up from her coma. Chapter 173. When their eyes met, Moon Raiment suddenly discovered that the clothes on her upper body had been torn by Yi Qinfeng. A trace of panic appeared in her charming eyes. She hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her chest and shrieked. Her scream aggravated the injuries on her body, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out from her mouth, dyeing her beautiful face red. "Yi Qinfeng, what are you trying to do? Do you believe that I won't cripple you?" Yu Nikhang angrily warned. "Don't be nervous. I don't have any evil intentions. I'm just preparing to treat your injuries. If I don't fix your broken bones in time, return your displaced internal organs to their original positions, and force out the spiritual fire in your body, you'll lose your life." Yi Qinfeng looked at Yu Nichang's eyes that were spitting fire. He rubbed his nose and explained in a soft voice, "How confident are you in curing my injuries?" Hearing Yi Qinfeng's explanation, the anger on Yu Nichang's face lessened a bit. She also felt that her injuries were very serious. But when she thought of Yi Qinfeng's actions just now, she asked in an unkind tone, "If you cooperate, I can stabilize your injuries and remove the danger to your life. But your injuries are too serious. I don't have the slightest confidence that you can completely recover. Take care of your eyes and hands. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Yu Nikhang knew that Yi Qinfeng wasn't trying to scare her. Her injuries were indeed life-threatening. Helpless, She warned Yi Qinfeng and closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. Although Yu Nikhang was usually bold and unrestrained, she had never been so honest in front of any man. Feeling the masculine aura emitted from Yi Qinfeng's body, her long eyelashes gently trembled, showing that she was very nervous. Whoosh! Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and tore a long hole in her clothes, revealing her white skin. Feeling Yi Qinfeng's heavy breathing, Yu Nikhang, who was always bold and unrestrained, slightly trembled. A layer of faint red light appeared on her snow-white skin. She angrily roared, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you treating this old lady's injuries? If you hesitate, this old lady will cripple you." If her injuries weren't so serious and life-threatening, she wouldn't hesitate to interrupt Yi Qinfeng's treatment. In front of Yi Qinfeng, she revealed her most vulnerable side. Okay, Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to waste any more time as he looked at Yu Nishang's flushed face and her expression of anger. He took a deep breath and tried his best to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He took out 108 silver needles from his chinquan bag and used the Heaven Profound Needle. He inserted them into 108 acupoints on her body, sealing her body and preventing a large amount of blood from flowing out. "It will hurt a bit when I set your bones. Bear with it," Yi Qinfeng softly warned. He reached out and pressed on her broken ribs. Sticking to her smooth and delicate skin, he slowly sent his soul force into her body and carefully set her bones. Although the process was very painful and a large amount of blood seeped out of her skin, Yu Nikhang didn't cry out. She tightly bit her lips and bitterly endured and endured. Whoosh! Okay, I've set your broken ribs. Now, I'll help you put your displaced internal organs back in place. Roughly half an hour later, the weak Yi Qinfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. After resting for a moment, he continued to treat her injuries. Yu Nichang's internal organs were injured even more seriously. In order to help her put them back in place, Yi Qinfeng nearly exhausted all of the soul force in his body. Only then was he able to successfully put her internal organs back in place. "It's done. Your internal organs have already been put in place. Wait for me to apply some medicine on your wounds. Then, I'll think of a way to disperse the spiritual fire in your body. As long as the spiritual fire is dispersed, your life will be safe." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng took out a small bottle of vitality water. He drank a small mouthful and then applied it on Yu Nichang's wounds. After Yu Nichang's wounds completely absorbed the vitality water, they began to heal on their own. Yi Qinfeng removed the 108 silver needles from her body. He took out a large robe from his chinquan bag and covered Yu Nichang's alluring body. Yi Qinfeng's actions caused Yu Nichang's tense heart to relax. The coldness in her eyes melted quite a bit. How should I force the spiritual fire out of her body? While treating Yu Nichang's wounds, Yi Qinfeng discovered that the remaining spiritual fire in Yu Nichang's body had already invaded the deepest part of her body. It was extremely difficult to force it out. Furthermore, he had just released his soul force to treat Yu Nichang's wounds. This affected his body's injuries and caused his body to become weaker and weaker. "Lie down and don't move. No matter how painful it is, you must endure it." After resting for a while, Yi Qinfeng signaled Yu Nikhang to lie down on the soft animal skin. He reached out his hand and gently placed it on the smooth surface of her navel. Then he slowly rubbed it. In the process of rubbing, Yi Qinfeng constantly controlled the power of the profound frost spiritual water. It passed through Yu Nichang's navel and poured into her body. It forced the spiritual fire that was eroding her body to surge towards her throat. Stimulated by the profound frost spiritual water, Yu Nichang's breathing became a little hurried. Her delicate body also slightly trembled. As the cold qi formed by the profound frost spiritual water increased, the remaining spiritual fire in Yu Nichang's body fiercely resisted. This caused Yu Nikhang to suffer a huge amount of pain. Her rosy little mouth also emitted painful sounds from time to time. Slowly, the power of the profound frost spiritual water completely suppressed the spiritual fire. Finally, under the pressure of the profound frost spiritual water, the remaining spiritual fire in Yu Nichang's body slowly surged towards her throat. It made her feel as if she had swallowed a ball of fire. The spiritual fire forced into Yu Nichang's throat. Using the narrow space, it suddenly became stubborn. It constantly resisted the pressure of the profound frost spiritual water and was unwilling to leave Yu Nichang's body. The repulsion of water and fire continued to damage Yu Nichang's throat. It was so painful that she broke out in cold sweat. What should I do? How can I force the spiritual fire out? Looking at Yu Nichang's painful appearance, Yi Qinfeng could not help but become anxious. Open your mouth. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng thought of a way and ordered loudly. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's order, Yu Nikhang, who was in so much pain, obediently opened her mouth. At this time, Yi Qinfeng suddenly lowered his head and kissed Yu Nichang's soft lips. Suddenly being kissed by Yi Qinfeng, Yu Nikhang suddenly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to forcefully push Yi Qinfeng away, she suddenly felt a strong suction force coming from Yi Qinfeng's mouth. It forcibly sucked the spiritual fire that was occupying her throat into his mouth. Chaos divine would devour. Chapter 174. Ah, why did you bite me? Yi Qinfeng collapsed beside Yu Nikhang, panting heavily to recover his exhausted soul power and stamina. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm and opened his eyes. He discovered that there was a deep bite mark on his arm. Why did I bite you? You touched me and kissed me. Can't I bite you? Yu Nikhang snorted and rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. She feigned anger. I did that to save you. I didn't do it on purpose. Yi Qinfeng said helplessly. If it weren't for you, would I have suffered such heavy injuries? Yu Nikhang sat up with Yi Qinfeng's robes draped over her shoulders and said angrily, I didn't beg you to save me. Yi Qinfeng rubbed his nose and muttered softly. What did you say? Yu Nichang's ears were very sharp. When she heard Yi Qinfeng's muttering, she immediately became angry. She ground her teeth and said, Yi Qinfeng, say that again if you have the guts. All right. You saved me, and I saved you. We're even now. Yi Qinfeng didn't want to continue arguing with Yu Nikhang, so he had no choice but to compromise. You wish. Yu Nikhang wasn't going to let Yi Qinfeng go. Furthermore, she was very interested in the mysteries surrounding Yi Qinfeng. Her charming eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as she said, I was injured because of you. My body was also touched by you. You have to take responsibility for me. You don't want me to marry you, right? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Yi Qinfeng's face tightened as he hurriedly said. Yi Qinfeng was determined to pursue the supreme Tao. He didn't want to be distracted by personal affairs. He also didn't want to have a deeper relationship with Yu Nikhang, whose personality was unpredictable. Why? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Hearing Yi Qinfeng reject her, Yu Nichang's expression immediately changed. She leaned forward and put her charming face close to Yi Qinfeng, wanting him to see her clearly. She ground her teeth and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. And don't move. You have the soul imprint left by the spirit fire. When Yu Nikhang was close to Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng's sharp senses suddenly detected something on her body. His expression changed. Really? I really have a soul imprint. Yu Nikhang knew how scary this matter was, so she didn't tease Yi Qinfeng and hurriedly asked, There are 3 imprints on your calves, waist and chest. Sit properly. I'll help you break the imprints. After that, we'll leave this place quickly, Yi Qinfeng urged. Okay. Yu Nikhang nodded and obediently sat opposite Yi Qinfeng. She watched as Yi Qinfeng's index finger touched her soft chest. However, Yi Qinfeng didn't have time to enjoy this wonderful feeling. He cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and focused on controlling the God-Eater brain to break the soul imprint. Under Yi Qinfeng's control, countless strands of soul energy surged into Yu Nichang's body. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling spread throughout her body, causing her to tremble slightly. Her expression of pain, pleasure, and resistance was like poison that corroded Yi Qinfeng's heart. Yi Qinfeng hurriedly closed his eyes and didn't dare to continue watching. God-Eater brain, break! About half a minute later, Yi Qinfeng felt that the soul imprint on Yu Nichang's chest was getting weaker and weaker. He controlled the God-Eater brain and broke the soul imprint in one fell swoop. The moment the soul imprint was broken, the fire heart spirit flame, which had just entered the mountain range, immediately sensed it. "What's wrong, Lord Spirit Flame?" The fire spirit venerable, who had stabilized his injuries with the help of the earth level soul elixir, suddenly stopped and asked when he saw the fire heart spirit flame. Yi Qinfeng discovered the soul imprint I left on that woman and is thinking of a way to break it. The fire heart spirit flame spoke in human language and spoke in a deep voice. "Let's go. Let's hurry over. If we're late, they might escape." Saying that, the fire heart spirit flame flew into the void and turned into a blinding red light. It burned a large patch of vegetation and rushed towards the cave Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nichang were in at an extremely fast speed. "Phew, it's done. I finally broke the 3 soul imprints on your body." Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He moved his finger away from Yu Nichang's smooth calf and said weakly, "In order to break the 3 soul imprints on Yu Nichang's body, Yi Qinfeng had expended a lot of soul energy. Yu Nichang was even worse. She didn't have any strength in her body. Her black hair was soaked in cold sweat and tightly stuck to her rosy cheeks. "Put on your clothes. Let's leave this place quickly." Time was of the essence. Yi Qinfeng didn't have time to rest. He quickly threw a spirit-level soul elixir into his mouth and instructed before leaving the cave. He waited outside for Yu Nichang. After a while, a neatly dressed Yu Nichang walked out. The moment she walked out of the cave, she suddenly felt a sword aura gushing out from Yi Qinfeng's body that made her heart tremble. Her expression changed, and she quickly asked, "Is there danger?" "Yes, that ball of fire heart spirit flame has followed the soul imprints on your body." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said with a serious expression, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave this place quickly." Yu Nichang knew how terrifying the fire heart spirit flame was. Moreover, she and Yi Qinfeng were seriously injured and couldn't use their full strength. She anxiously urged, "It has already discovered us. I'm afraid we won't be able to fly as fast as it if I carry you." Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes shot out a sharp light as he said in a low voice, "Then let's split up and escape. Perhaps we still have a chance of survival if we split up." Yu Nichang bit her lips and said in a panic, "No need. I have a way to deal with it." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and summoned the sword puppet. "Yi Qinfeng, let's see where you can escape to this time." A deafening roar rang out from the fiery red horizon. The fire heart spirit flame streaked across the sky and flew over at an extremely fast speed. "Sword puppet, hold it back for me." Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. He looked at the fire heart spirit flame that was rapidly flying over and gave the sword puppet an order. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's order, the sword puppet, which didn't have much soul power left, immediately slashed out streaks of sharp sword light into the air. They intertwined to form a crisscrossing sword formation that enveloped the fire heart spirit flame. Break. After being enveloped by the dense sword light, the fire heart spirit flame immediately compressed its body into the shape of a fire needle. It forcibly broke through the sword puppet's sword formation and flew towards the motionless Yi Qinfeng. Just as Yi Qinfeng's body was about to be pierced through by the fire heart spirit flame, a vast and majestic aura surged out from Yi Qinfeng's body. The terrifying aura made the fire heart spirit flame feel the threat of death. Primal chaos energy, shoot! At the crucial moment, Yi Qinfeng used his final trump card. He released the primal chaos energy that was nurtured by the primal chaos divine wood and launched a fatal attack on the fire heart spirit flame. Chi! The sound of cloth being torn rang out. The primal chaos energy pierced through the fire heart spirit flame's body without any suspense. It was heavily injured, and the fire heart spirit flame couldn't condense for a long time. Seeing this scene, Eunuch Hang was stunned. Her beautiful eyes opened wider and wider. She didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be hiding such a heaven-defying trump card. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to control the primal chaos divine would to forcefully devour the heavily injured fire heart spirit flame, the fire spirit master and the others rode the firewing wind bird over. Let's go. Chapter 175. Lord Spirit Flame, are you all right? Venerable Fire Spirit asked anxiously when he realized that the fire heart spirit flame's spirit flame body had been pierced through by the primal chaos energy and was unable to reform. I'm fine. We can't let him escape. Thinking back to how terrifying the primal chaos energy was, the fire heart spirit flame felt a lingering fear. However, it knew that this was their only chance to kill Yi Qinfeng. If they couldn't kill him, then only death awaited them. Okay. Venerable Fire Spirit Flame allowed the Fire Heart Spirit Flame to live in his body as he urged the Firewing Wind Birds to chase after Yi Qinfeng at an extremely fast speed. Although the Golden Rock Wings were much faster than the Firewing Wind Birds, Yi Qinfeng's injuries were too severe. In addition, he was carrying Eunuch Hang, which greatly reduced his flying speed. Slowly, the 4 Firewing Wind Birds closed the distance between them. Yi Qinfeng, are you all right? Eunuch Hang asked anxiously when she discovered that Yi Qinfeng's body was beginning to bleed as he rapidly flew. His face was so pale that it was devoid of color. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Qinfeng relied on his superhuman willpower to endure the intense pain in his body and rapidly flapped his golden rock wings. This direction you're thinking of, going to the North Sea. Only by escaping there can we truly escape their pursuit. When he discovered that Eunuch Hang had a soul imprint on her body, Yi Qinfeng had already thought of a path of retreat. But in your current condition, can you endure flying to the North Sea? Eunuch Hang asked worriedly. I should be able to. Yi Qinfeng clenched his teeth and said he had prepared a small bottle of heavenly fate water in case he needed it. Fire Spirit, use a secret art to stimulate the Firewing Windbird's potential and increase their flying speed. We must catch up to them. After several hours of recovery, the Fire Heart Spirit Flame had finally reformed his Spirit Flame body. Looking at the rapidly flying Yi Qinfeng duo, he sternly ordered, all right. Although Adept Fire Spirit knew that once the potential of the flame-winged wind bird was stimulated, it was equivalent to overdrawing its life. In the future, the flame-winged wind bird would be wasted. However, there was no time for him to hesitate. He quickly took out several silver needles and inserted them into the acupuncture points on the flame-winged wind bird's body. Screech! Being stimulated by the silver needles, the flame-winged wind bird Yangtian let out a long cry of pain. A large amount of blood appeared on its wings. In Yutian Valley, Genuan and the others saw that a steamed fire spirit had forcefully stimulated the potential of the flame-winged wind bird. They all used the same method to stimulate the flame-winged wind bird's acupuncture points to increase its flying speed. Soon, the flame-winged wind bird flew faster and faster, once again closing the distance between them and Yi Qinfeng. Eunuch Hang could already vaguely see the ferocious faces of Master Fire Spirit and the others. They seemed to have overdrawn the firebird's life in exchange for speed, amplitude. Yu Nikhang said with an ugly expression, with their current physical condition, if they were caught by the people from the Heavenly Fire sect, they would be doomed. Vitality ignition. Seeing that Master Fire Spirit and the others were within his attack range, Yi Qinfeng gritted his teeth and burned his vitality at all costs. The terrifying vitality was like a smoke signal that shot into the sky. After burning his vitality, Yi Qinfeng's injuries were forcefully suppressed. His flying speed also increased, gradually increasing the distance between them and the 4 flame-winged wind birds. Continue to stimulate the potential of the flame-winged wind bird. We must not let them escape. Fire Spirit Flame saw Yi Qinfeng increase his flying speed again and ordered in a low voice, "All right, but if we continue to stimulate the flame-winged wind bird, I'm afraid it will reach its limit." Master Fire Spirit held a silver needle and pierced it into the acupuncture point at the heart of the flame-winged wind bird. Screech! When the acupuncture point was pierced by the needle, the pain caused the flame-winged wind bird's feathers to stand up straight. It let out a cry of despair and pain from its sharp beak. With the potential of the flame-winged wind bird being stimulated, Yi Qinfeng burned his vitality at all costs to increase his flying speed. He did not give the flame-winged wind bird a chance to close the distance. About 5 hours later, the man and the 4 beasts traversed an extremely vast area and slowly approached the northernmost North Sea of the North Snow County. Not good. The 2 of them are trying to escape to the North Sea. Sensing the rapid drop in temperature and the appearance of a boundless sea in the distance, Master Fire Spirit and the others had a drastic change in expression. If Yi Qinfeng escaped into the North Sea, it would be extremely difficult for them to capture Yi Qinfeng. Continue to stimulate the potential of the flame-winged wind bird. Fire Spirit Flame ordered in a somewhat deranged manner. But no buts. You need to know the consequences of letting him escape. Fire Spirit Flame interrupted Master Fire Spirit and said in a low voice, "All right." Master Fire Spirit nodded and took out 6 thin silver needles from his cosmic bag. He stabbed them into the 6 main acupuncture points on the flame-winged wind bird's body. Pum, pum, pum! With the sound of 6 blood explosions, the flame-winged wind bird under Master Fire Spirit was enveloped by a thick blood light. In extreme pain, the flame-winged wind bird's life force rapidly drained away and flew faster and faster. Finally, it closed the distance between it and Yi Qinfeng. And at this moment, Yi Qinfeng and Fire Spirit Flame had already reached the sky above the North Sea. Yi Qinfeng, you won't be able to escape. Just accept your fate obediently. The venerable Fire Spirit, whose expression was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip from his body, said with a murderous intent. Fire Spirit Flame compressed his body to the limit, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Kill me. Yi Qinfeng snorted and said, "Just you wait. The next time I come back, it will be the day your heavenly fire sect is annihilated." Yi Qinfeng, you are courting death. The current Yi Qinfeng was already a threat to the heavenly fire sect. If he was given a certain amount of time to grow, Master Fire Spirit had no doubt that the heavenly fire sect would prostrate at his feet the next time he returned. Yu Nikhang, can you still attack? Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice to Yu Nikhang as the flame-winged windbird's life force rapidly drained away. Yes, Yu Nikhang said through gritted teeth. All right, when the time comes, you and I will attack together. It's a final gamble. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, about an hour later, the flame-winged wind bird that Master Fire Spirit was riding let out a final cry. Its rapidly flying body doubled in speed and instantly closed the distance between it and Yi Qinfeng. Go to hell. The instant the flame-winged wind bird's body exploded, Fireheart Spirit Flame seized this final opportunity. Its entire body turned into a red beam of light, and at a speed faster than the speed of light, it launched a fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang. Let's attack. Fire Heart, Spirit Flame rapidly attacked. Yi Qinfeng roared and attacked at the same time with Yu Nikhang. 7 Swords of Judgment, Extreme Frost. A terrifying blood dragon appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. A perfect sword aura gushed out and evolved into the power of the Great Tao. When the power of the Great Tao transformed into endless cold power, Yi Qinfeng wielded the titanic fault heavenly sword and forcefully slashed out an extreme frost sword beam. It tore through the void and attacked Fire Heart, Spirit Flame together with Yu Nichang's Aqua Moon, Everlasting Sword. Boom! The 3 terrifying forces collided and detonated a destructive force. The terrifying explosive force stirred up the turbulent North Sea. Large waves soared into the sky, and an endless sea rain fell from the sky. Chapter 176. Sea breeze, beach, isolated island, reefs in the vast North Sea. This isolated island was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. However, there were 2 people lying on the shore of this isolated island. They were covered in blood and soaked in seawater. No one knew how long they had been unconscious. These 2 people were Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang, who were severely injured after taking the fatal blow from the Flaming Heart's spiritual flame. After using his strongest soul skill to knock away Hui Yuhao's spirit blaze, Yi Qinfeng used the water of heavenly fate to recover and once again overdraft his body. He flew for half a day with the moon raiment on his back before finally falling unconscious on this small island due to his heavy injuries and lack of stamina. After some time, Yi Qinfeng woke up. He supported his weak body and dragged Yu Nikhang, who was soaked in seawater, to the beach. After that, he lay beside Yu Nikhang and looked at the blue sky. He didn't even want to move a finger. Yi Qinfeng had been overdrawing his body while he was being chased by the Flaming Heart's spiritual flame. He had damaged his skills and worsened his injuries. Even a man made of steel couldn't take it. Yi Qinfeng was able to persevere because of his extraordinary willpower and physical strength. More importantly, it was because of the water of heavenly fate. All my passageways are broken. My organs are severely damaged. More than 30 bones are broken. Yi Qinfeng silently circulated his soul-devouring art. When he checked his body, he realized that his injuries were more serious than before. He could only unleash 1% of his strength. I don't know how long it will take to heal my injuries. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and sighed. Just as Yi Qinfeng consumed several spirit tear soul pills to heal his injuries, Yu Nikhang woke up under the scorching sun. Where are we? Yu Nikhang asked weakly as she listened to the sound of waves and looked at the vast ocean and the white beach. On a small island in the North Sea. Yi Qinfeng asked calmly, How are your injuries now? My internal condition is very bad. My internal organs and heart meridians are severely damaged. I don't know if there is any possibility of recovery in the future. Yu Nichang's body wasn't as abnormal as Yi Qinfeng's. When she sensed her body's condition, her expression became somewhat gloomy as she spoke in a low voice. Yi Qinfeng gave Yu Nikhang several spirit level soul dawn and continued to use the soul-devouring art to heal himself. Don't worry, we will all recover. This is for you. Let's heal ourselves first, and then think of a way to leave this place. About a day later, Yi Qinfeng's injuries had improved, but he was still far from fully recovered. Feeling hungry, Yi Qinfeng jumped into the rippling waves of the sea and caught a few lively fish to roast and eat. Time passed day after day. Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang spent their days either eating or healing themselves. However, their relationship was getting closer and closer. Yi Qinfeng, what kind of opportunity did you obtain in the icy spirit peak? After becoming familiar with each other, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang chatted while eating the delicious roasted fish. I subdued the profound frost spirit water in the icy spirit peak. Yi Qinfeng didn't hide anything. Moreover, he knew that Yu Nikhang should have guessed what kind of opportunity it was. You are really an animal. You can even subdue spirit water. Although Yu Nikhang was very strong, she knew that if she encountered a spirit fire or spirit water that was born between heaven and earth, it would be impossible for her to subdue it. By the way, who is that peerless king who scared me away? Yu Nikhang slowly chewed the fish and continued to ask. She was a very beautiful woman. However, I don't know her true identity. Yi Chinfeng said, Beautiful woman? More beautiful than me? Yu Nikhang gently brushed her long black hair and asked in a charming manner, More beautiful than you? The corners of Yi Chinfeng's mouth slightly curled up as he said half-jokingly, Really? Why do I feel that you are lying? Yu Nikhang pretended to be angry and said, Well, let's get back to the topic. Do you want to completely recover from your injuries and improve your strength? Yi Chinfeng looked at Yu Nichang's charming face and thought that she had been seriously injured because of him. Therefore, he pondered for a while and asked, What? Do you have a way? Yu Nikhang raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully. However, when she thought of Yi Chinfeng's endless trump cards and methods, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of expectation. Yes. However, you must first swear to the heavenly Tao that you will not reveal the secret technique that I am going to teach you to a second person. Yi Chinfeng nodded and said cautiously, Secret technique. Okay, I swear. Yu Nikhang knew the value of the secret technique. Her charming eyes revealed rays of light as she looked at Yi Chinfeng's serious face. She nodded and swore to the heavenly Tao in front of everyone. Sit properly and concentrate. I am going to teach you the body tempering secret technique now. Seeing Yu Nikhang swear in front of everyone, Yi Chinfeng no longer hesitated and taught the first 4 layers of the 6 meridian divine shield to her. As long as Yu Nikhang cultivated according to the first 4 layers of the 6 meridian divine shield, not only would her injuries be healed, but her body would also undergo a qualitative change. She would even have a chance to break through the heavenly beast immortal realm and reach the Xian beast grandmaster realm. What a mysterious body tempering secret technique. Yu Nikhang was overjoyed when she remembered the first 4 layers of the 6 meridian divine shield. She did not expect the secret technique that Yi Chinfeng taught her to be so mysterious. At this moment, she was completely confident that she could heal her injuries. Dear Brother Chenfeng, does this 6 meridian divine shield really only have the first 4 layers of the 6 meridian divine shield? Feeling that the 6 meridian divine shield that Yi Chinfeng taught her was not complete, Yu Nichang's beautiful eyes rolled slightly. She took the initiative to get close to him and asked, No, this 6 meridian divine shield has a total of 6 layers. I did not teach you the last 2 layers, Yi Chinfeng said without hiding anything. Brother Chinfeng, if you are willing to teach me all the 6 meridian divine shield cultivation methods, I am willing to agree to any of your requests. Although Yu Nikhang hated Yi Chinfeng's honesty, her face revealed a seductive expression. She looked straight at him and said, Any request? Feeling the fragrance from Yu Nichang's mouth and the intoxicating charm on her body, Yi Chinfeng had a strange feeling in his heart. He had to admit that Yu Nikhang did have a bewitching charm. However, when he caught a hint of craftiness in Yu Nichang's eyes, the raging flame in his heart was immediately extinguished. He responded indifferently, I am going to heal my injuries. If you want to continue to show off, please do so. After saying that, Yi Chinfeng ignored Yu Nichang's fiery gaze and slowly closed his eyes. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and slowly operated the soul-devouring art to heal his injuries. Yi Chinfeng, just you wait. I will definitely make you kneel before me. Chapter 177. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After a month of recuperation, Yi Chinfeng's broken bones and shattered meridians had basically healed. However, because he had overdrawn his body's potential, his body had suffered severe injuries, and he could only unleash 1/10 of his peak strength. As for Yu Nikhang, under Yi Qinfeng's guidance, she had cultivated to the first layer of the 6 meridians divine aura realm with the help of several spirit-level dawn. Her physical strength had increased by 500 kilograms, and her injuries had greatly improved. After experiencing the strength of the 6 meridians divine aura realm, Yu Nikhang was filled with desire for the remaining 2 chants. However, no matter how she tempted Yi Qinfeng remained indifferent. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. The North Sea was vast and boundless, and the number of monsters in the sea was innumerable. Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nichang's injuries had not healed, and they did not dare to leave blindly. They could only endure the loneliness and recuperate on the isolated island while waiting for an opportunity. However, due to the lack of spiritual herbs, their recovery speed was extremely slow. Yu Nikhang did not have any spiritual herbs to temper her body, causing her to be lacking in qi and blood. Thus, she was unable to reach the realm of great success in the flesh refinement realm. There's a ship coming. Suddenly, one day, Yi Qinfeng, who was absorbing the essence of the seawater on a reef by the shore to heal his injuries, sensed a powerful force moving in the distance. He immediately opened his eyes and cried out in surprise, "A ship!" Hearing Yi Qinfeng's exclamation, Yu Nikhang, who had buried her body in the sand and cultivated the 6 meridians divine aura realm, rose from the ground. Through the direction Yi Qinfeng had pointed, she saw a blurry black dot rapidly approaching. It really is a ship. Yu Nikhang had long wanted to leave this isolated island. Seeing that a ship had finally arrived after nearly 2 months of waiting, she was extremely excited. "Yi Qinfeng, let's just fly over." Yu Nikhang suggested loudly, afraid that the ship would leave. "Let's wait for a moment. Our injuries have not healed, so flying over without permission might be dangerous. Let's think of a way to attract their attention and see if we have a chance to board the ship. If it doesn't work, we'll fly over." Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang had yet to recover from their injuries and could only use about 20% of their strength. The energy contained in the sword puppet was also almost depleted. As a precaution, Yi Qinfeng did not summon the golden rock wings and directly flew over. Instead, he released a powerful sound wave and shouted loudly. The terrifying sound waves swept out like a tsunami, causing a large number of ripples to appear on the surface of the ocean. As if hearing Yi Qinfeng's call, the ship in the distance slightly changed its course and slowly sailed towards the island they were on. What a huge ship! Yi Qinfeng looked at the speedily approaching ship that was riding the wind and breaking the waves. He discovered that this ship was dozens of meters tall and more than 100 meters long. Its pitch-black hull was made of special materials and was impregnable. On both sides of the ship, there were 16 crystal cannons as thick as water buckets. If Yi Qinfeng had just blindly flown over, he might have been attacked by these crystal cannons. Ancient ink. Yi Qinfeng looked at the 100-meter-tall huge flagpole with a flag engraved with inked characters hanging on it. He guessed that this ship should belong to a big family outside the North Sea. "Who are you two? Why are you here?" When this huge ship approached the island, 3 men and 2 women appeared on the huge deck. Among them, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with muscular arms and dark skin looked down at them condescendingly and questioned them loudly. However, when he saw Yu Nikhang, who was wearing a fiery red dress and whose every frown and every smile was mesmerizing, his eyes revealed a look of amazement and his gaze became hot. "My wife and I are from the North Snow County. We wanted to travel to the continent outside the North Sea together. Who would have thought that we would encounter a tornado on the way and the ship would be destroyed? We were lucky enough to be washed here by the seawater. Please let us board the ship and leave this desolate island." Yu Nikhang hated the burly man's hot gaze. However, she concealed her disgust in order to leave this place. She revealed a lovely and touching expression as she narrated the tragic experience of Yi Qinfeng and her. "Guardian Sure, should we let them board the ship?" The burly man stared at the innocent Yi Qinfeng with hostility. He didn't make a decision on his own. Instead, he softly asked an old woman with snow-white hair. She was wearing a white robe. She had a cold and arrogant look on her face. The corners of her eyes were covered with crow's feet. "Well, it's not impossible to let you board the ship. However, to prevent accidents, I have to impose a restriction on your souls. You can decide whether you want to or not." The white-haired old woman carefully looked at Yi Qinfeng and his wife. She found that their bodies were seriously injured. She pondered for a moment and said, "Impose a soul restriction." Yu Nichang's complexion changed when she heard the old woman's words. If someone imposed a restriction on her soul, she would lose her freedom and be completely controlled. Don't be afraid. Promise her that I have a way to break the soul restriction. When Yu Nikhang was about to refuse, Yi Qinfeng's voice suddenly resounded in her ears. "You really have a way." Yu Nikhang was somewhat surprised as she replied, "Yes, I have 100% confidence." With the God-eating brain, a mere soul restriction couldn't pose any threat to Yi Qinfeng. He was confident that he could solve this crisis without anyone noticing. "Senior, will you remove the soul restriction for us when we leave? Also, you won't harm us, right?" The clever Yu Nikhang didn't immediately agree. Instead, she asked with some resistance, "Don't worry. When you leave, I will remove the soul restriction on you." The white-haired old woman nodded and said, "As long as you don't harbor any evil intentions, we won't harm you. However, we don't keep idle people. When you board the ship, you have to do some chores. All right then, we're willing to let Senior place an imprint on our souls." Yu Nikhang and Yi Qinfeng looked at each other and said, somewhat resigned to their fate. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng and his wife had agreed, the white-haired old woman immediately jumped down from the 10-meter-high deck and came to their side. Using her unique technique, she placed a soul restriction on Yi Qinfeng and his wife's souls. As the existence of the God-eating brain was too heaven-defying, the white-haired old woman, who was a level 6 heavenly beast immortal, didn't discover its existence. After placing the soul restriction, the coldness on her face lessened a lot. After boarding the ship, Yi Qinfeng noticed that there were many people on the ship. Among them, there was a young woman who was wearing a jade-green silk dress. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her long, dark purple hair casually draped over her shoulders. She had a charming appearance, but there was a trace of worry between her eyebrows. Beside this young woman stood 2 white-haired old women with strong auras. From the aura they emitted, they were both level 6 heavenly beast immortals. They were only a hair's breadth away from the Xian beast ancestor realm. The white-haired old woman walked in front of the young woman and said respectfully, "Young miss, I pitied them, so I took the liberty to let them board the ship. However, I placed a restriction on their souls, so they won't harm us. N. Protector by bring them to the servants' quarters." Although Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang had extraordinary appearances, the young woman, who had a lot on her mind, didn't look at them directly. She nodded symbolically and said in a tired voice, "Follow me." Chapter 178. This bottle is a healing medicine. Take it and have a good rest. When your injuries are better, I will arrange for you to do some chores. The white-haired old woman left behind a white jade porcelain bottle and turned to leave. Walking into the damp and narrow servants' room, Yi Qinfeng found that there was nothing in the room other than a bed, a wooden table, and a few stools. He couldn't help but shake his head. "I'm a little tired. I'll take a rest first." Although the conditions were poor, it was much better than sleeping in the open on an isolated island. Yu Nikhang stretched lazily and comfortably sprawled on the hard wooden bed, occupying the entire bed. "Yi Qinfeng, are you a man or not? What do I have to do for you to be willing to impart to me the last 2 stages of the 6 meridians God Gang?" Catching sight of Yi Qinfeng's strange gaze, Yu Nikhang revealed a victorious smile. fiddled with her long hair that hung down to her cheeks, and said with a seductive expression, "I'm not imparting." Looking at the crafty look in Yu Nichang's eyes, Yi Qinfeng faintly replied. He sat cross-legged on the damp ground and silently controlled the God-Eater brain to break the soul restriction in his mind. Yi Qinfeng. Yu Nichang felt that Yi Qinfeng was a block of wood that was indifferent to her beauty. Hearing his resolute answer, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. However, the more Yi Qinfeng refused, the more Yu Nichang wanted to conquer him. After about half an incense's time, Yi Qinfeng greatly weakened the soul restriction. However, in order to prevent the white-haired old woman from discovering it, he didn't forcefully break the restriction. However, even if the restriction existed, it wouldn't pose any threat to him. Yi Qinfeng only needed a thought to break the restriction. "Hey, wake up! Don't sleep anymore." After resolving the crisis in his mind, Yi Qinfeng walked to the bedside and patted Yu Nichang's shoulder, who was sulking under the blanket. "What are you doing?" Yu Nichang glared at him and asked in an unfriendly tone. "If you don't want to break the seal in your mind, then forget it," Yi Qinfeng said with a shrug. Yu Nichang realized that Yi Qinfeng was her nemesis. She wanted to go crazy, but there was nothing she could do. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng withdrew the soul force that had penetrated into Yu Nichang's brain. He let out a long sigh and said, "All right, the soul imprint in your mind has been weakened to the limit by me. When the time comes, you only need a thought to break it." After that, Yi Qinfeng no longer paid any attention to Yu Nichang. He studied the healing medicine that the white-haired old woman had given him and found that it was extremely effective. Without hesitation, he swallowed the entire bottle of medicine into his stomach and circulated the soul-devouring art to quickly refine and absorb it. After a night of recuperation, Yi Qinfeng discovered that his injuries had miraculously healed by 10%. His face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. "Who are these people on the ship? They actually casually gave me such effective healing medicine." Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He was curious about the purple-haired lady and the others' identities. He released a little of his powerful soul force and extended it. Yi Qinfeng's brain had fused with the soul-devouring brain, so his soul force was extremely powerful. As long as he was careful, he didn't have to worry about being discovered by the people on the ship. And the array pattern seal. Slowly, Yi Qinfeng's extended soul force suddenly came into contact with the array pattern seal and blocked his soul force. "And what is in the room?" Yi Qinfeng hesitated for a moment and tried to control his soul force to break the array pattern seal. With the help of the soul-devouring brain, his soul force quickly understood the array pattern seal and penetrated it, entering the room. "Elder May, how is the situation in the ancient Ink Merchant Union?" The purple-haired lady in a jade-green dress was sitting on a wooden armchair. She looked a little tired as she gently massaged her temples with her white fingers and asked softly, "I just received news from the voice transmission array. It has been confirmed that your two uncles seized the opportunity when you were away and seized the position of the family head. They also massacred many of the old family head's trusted aides and took control of the entire merchant alliance. Moreover, according to reliable sources, your two uncles even hired people from the Black Devils to kill us in order to take back the key. We are now in a very dangerous situation," the white-haired protector sure said with a serious expression. "It seems like my parents were really killed by those two bastards." The purple-haired lady's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. She clenched her fists tightly and spoke with hatred. "Protector sure, you purposely let those two on the ship, right?" An old woman in a black robe and a dragon-headed walking stick stood behind the purple-haired lady. Her face was filled with wrinkles. The white-haired old woman nodded and said, "Yes. Although the two of them are heavily injured, their strength is not bad. If something happens to us, the two of them will have a decent battle strength. Moreover, I have placed an imprint on their souls. When the time comes, They will definitely help us. I'm afraid we can't return to the ancient ink merchant union. Elder May, where do you think we should go? Although the purple-haired lady couldn't wait to return to the ancient ink merchant union and kill her two uncles to avenge her parents, she knew that in the face of such a great disparity in strength, returning would be no different from suicide. She asked with a tired expression, I think it would be better to go to the Xingluo continent. That place has a lot of land and resources. With our current wealth and the goods on the ship, we should be able to settle down there. Elder May, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick, slowly said, We are too far away from the Xingluo continent. Moreover, before we reach the Xingluo continent, we will have to pass through the chaotic ocean. That is too dangerous. Another, gray-robed elder, Hong, shook her head. AI, we can only take one step at a time. Although crossing the chaotic ocean is very dangerous, if the assassins of the black demons catch up to us, our situation will be even more dangerous. Elder May sighed softly. After accidentally eavesdropping on the conversation of the purple-haired lady and the others, Yi Qinfeng withdrew his spiritual strength and frowned. He didn't think that his luck would be so bad. For no reason at all, he would be dragged into a pursuit. However, the North Sea was vast and boundless. In his situation where he had yet to recover from his injuries, he didn't dare to leave without permission. The only thing I can do now is to heal my injuries as quickly as possible. Only then will I have the strength to protect myself. Yi Qinfeng helplessly sighed in his heart. He didn't tell you, Nick Hang, about his situation. Instead, he took out 2 spirit-grade soul pills and threw them into his mouth. He circulated the soul-devouring art to absorb and refine them to heal his injuries. After continuously taking a large number of spirit-grade soul pills, Yi Qinfeng's body had developed a strong resistance to them. Therefore, the spirit-grade soul pills couldn't heal his injuries. Since his injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time, Yi Qinfeng left the room alone. He planned to ask Protector Shi for a bottle of healing pills that would be beneficial to his injuries. With the situation of the purple-haired woman and the others, Yi Qinfeng believed that Protector Shi would definitely give him more healing pellets to speed up his recovery and increase their battle prowess. Just as Yi Qinfeng left the room, the tall and sturdy man who had always been thinking about Nick Hang and coveting her beauty found out from his informants that Yi Qinfeng had left by himself. He brought 2 attendants with him and arrived outside their room. Chapter 179. It's you? What are you doing here? Nick Hang, who was cultivating on the wooden bed, immediately opened her eyes when she heard the heavy door being pushed open. When she discovered that the person standing at the door was not Yi Qinfeng, but the burly man from before, her face instantly darkened as she shouted sternly, Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. I'm here to give you medicine. The burly man looked at Yu-Ni-chan's beautiful face with a burning gaze and said with a smile, No need. Hurry up and get out. How could Nick Hang not know what the burly man wanted to do? Seeing his blasphemous gaze, Nick Hang was infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that she had yet to recover from her injuries, Nick Hang would have already taken action and gouged out his eyes. Get out? If it weren't for my suggestion yesterday, the 2 of you would have been trapped on that isolated island. Shouldn't you repay me? The burly man was unmoved as he spoke with ill intentions. What if I don't agree? Although Nick Hang was bold and unrestrained, she was not open to everyone. When she heard the burly man's blunt words, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't agree. The burly man sneered and threatened. If I can get you on the ship, I can also get you off the ship to feed the fish. You better listen to me. Also, it's your fortune that I'm willing to favor you. As long as you submit to me and become my woman, I guarantee that you will receive endless benefits. It's your fortune that Protector Yao has taken a fancy to you. Do you know how many women on 3-Star Island want to throw themselves into your arms, but Protector Yao doesn't even care? Don't be ignorant of your fortune. If you miss this opportunity, you will probably regret it for the rest of your life. One of Protector Yao's followers advised with a smile, "She's my woman. I'm afraid your wish will fall through. Also, get out of here before I lose my temper." Yi Qinfeng, who had returned from the deck after sensing the abnormality with his strength of soul, heard the threats of Protector Yao and the others. His eyes turned cold and sharp as he spoke sternly. "Mother ****, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I won't cripple you right now?" Yi Qinfeng's arrogant order resounded in Protector Yao's ears. He was enraged. A terrifying, baleful aura was emitted from his body. He was like a ferocious and hungry wolf as he stared at Yi Qinfeng and spoke ferociously. When Yu Nikhang heard Yi Qinfeng's words, a strange feeling arose in her heart. Her charming and enchanting face revealed an enchanting smile. She blinked her big eyes and looked tenderly at Yi Qinfeng, who had just returned. "I will count to 3. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite," Yi Qinfeng warned coldly, ignoring Protector Yao's threat. The reason why Yi Qinfeng dared to offend Guardian Yao and the others was that he had inadvertently eavesdropped on a conversation between the purple-haired woman and the others in the morning. He knew that they were in a dangerous situation. Under the situation where his soul was restricted, the stronger his combat strength was, the more they would value him. More importantly, after he displayed enough strength, he would have the opportunity to obtain more healing resources from the purple-haired woman and the others to speed up the recovery of his injuries. "You're courting death." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's arrogant words, the 2 followers of Guardian Yao, who were Class 1 Heavenly Beast Immortals, were infuriated. They fused with their spiritual beasts, amplified their strength, and attacked Yi Qinfeng from both sides. Yi Qinfeng had yet to fully recover from his injuries, and after the treatment, he could only use 30% of his strength. However, with his powerful body, he could unleash a force of nearly 100,000 jin. Facing the attacks of the 2 first-grade Heavenly Beast Immortals, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge, but charged straight at them. Break his limbs and make him lie on the ground and beg for mercy like a dog. In Protector Yao's opinion, the seriously injured Yi Qinfeng was definitely not a match for his 2 followers. He had thought of a plan to cripple Yi Qinfeng and use his life to threaten Yu Nikhang. He wanted to make Yu Nikhang yield. Collapsing Cloud Palm. In order to intimidate Protector Yao, Yi Qinfeng did not care about the injuries on his body and forcibly used the Collapsing Cloud Palm. Under the amplification of the Collapsing Cloud Palm, his arms erupted with an astonishing strength of nearly 100,000 kilograms, causing the airflow in the cabin to shatter the soul skills unleashed by his 2 followers as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, heavily smashing into their chests. "Kacha!" 2 sounds rang out. Yi Qinfeng's 2 collapsing cloud palms fiercely imprinted on their chests, breaking their sternum and causing their chests to completely collapse. They lost control of their bodies and heavily smashed into the cabin, deforming the solid cabin. A loud sound reverberated in all directions. You actually dared to injure my people." Seeing the scene in front of him that was completely different from what he had imagined, Protector Yao's heart was in turmoil. He never dreamed that Yi Qinfeng, who was seriously injured, would instantly injure his subordinates. Following that, his face became extremely gloomy. Like an angry lion, he glared at Yi Qinfeng and roared, "What, you want to make a move too?" With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he was definitely not a match for Protector Yao, who was a Class 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal, if he did not summon the sword puppet and used his life spirit technique. However, facing the murderous Protector Yao, Yi Qinfeng did not retreat. The murderous aura accumulated by the blood and bones erupted from his body, like a volcano, shocking Protector Yao's soul. "Today I want your life." Although Yi Qinfeng's murderous aura shocked Protector Yao, he did not retreat in his own territory. boiling with purple light, appeared on his body and screamed at Yi Qinfeng. Perfect sword aura! In order to alarm Protector Shi and the others, Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The sword aura in his body was released without reservation. The terrifying sword aura made Protector Yao's face change drastically. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Sword aura! You have actually comprehended sword aura. Protector Yao found that Yi Qinfeng was far more terrifying than he had imagined. But now he had no way out. If he was scared away by Yi Qinfeng, he would become a laughing stock. Go to hell! Scorching sun saber technique. Protector Yao roared. A fiery red battle saber that had reached the level of a mid-grade earth weapon appeared in his hand. Rolling red light poured out from the battle saber. It carried a powerful destructive force and slashed at Yi Qinfeng, who was outside the cabin. Jasper sword. Yi Qinfeng did not dare to expose his titanic fault heavenly sword. He did not borrow the power of the profound frost spirit water. Instead, he took out his mid-grade Jasper sword and fused his perfect sword aura into the sword. He maximized the attack power of the Jasper sword and met the attack head-on. When the saber and sword clashed, there was an ear-piercing sound of collision. The powerful rebounding force fluctuated the air and shook the cabin. The corridor was buzzing, which alarmed the entire ship. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Qinfeng's old injuries were triggered when he faced Protector Yao's soul skill head-on. The blood in his body was rolling violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body crashed heavily into a steel pillar. Although Protector Yao had the upper hand, the powerful destructive force of his perfect sword aura had damaged his meridians. This made him furious. He gripped his red battle saber tightly and prepared to continue using his soul skill to kill Yi Qinfeng. What are you doing? All of you, stop! Chapter 180. Elder Mei, Protector Shi. Seeing Elder Mei and Protector Shi slowly walking down the stairs, Protector Yao's face darkened. He glared at Yi Qinfeng angrily, but he didn't dare to attack again. What the hell is going on? Why did you fight in the cabin? Elder Mei, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick, glared at Yi Qinfeng and Protector Yao and questioned coldly. Nothing, just a misunderstanding. Protector Yao, who knew that he was in the wrong, took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, preparing to settle the score with Yi Qinfeng in the future. Misunderstanding. Yi Qinfeng intended to make a big deal out of this matter and attract the attention of Elder Mei, Protector Shi, and the others to gain more benefits. He sneered and said, "This is not a misunderstanding. Kid, don't take advantage of me. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending." Seeing that Yi Qinfeng intended to tell the truth, Protector Yao, who had a gloomy face, threatened him. "Tell me, why did you fight in the cabin?" Elder Mei asked in a low voice. "Let me tell you." Dressed in a fiery red dress, Moon Raiment walked out of the ship's hold. She looked at Yi Qinfeng with a mesmerizing gaze and told him everything that had happened. "It's not like that. Don't make unfounded accusations." Protector Yao retorted loudly with a horrifying look in his eyes. "I knew you wouldn't admit it, but I secretly used the memory stone to remember what happened just now. I'm not afraid that you'll deny it." The corners of Yi Qinfeng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of coldness. Then he took out a memory stone from his bosom. Looking at the memory stone in Yi Qinfeng's hand, Protector Yao immediately prevaricated. He didn't expect to be set up, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. "You win. Let's wait and see." Protector Yao knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage if he stayed any longer. He left a ruthless message and left sullenly with his 2 seriously injured followers. "You comprehended sword force?" Protector Yao had a special status. so Elder May did not dare to punish him lightly to avoid shaking the people's hearts. After she allowed him to leave, she looked at Yi Chen-feng with a burning gaze and asked, "Yes." Yi Chen-feng nodded. "How much of the sword force have you comprehended?" After confirming that Yi Chen-feng had truly comprehended the sword force, Elder May and Protector Shi's eyes lit up. They couldn't help but look at him in a higher light. Perfect sword force. In order to gain more benefits, Yi Chen-feng did not hide anything. "What? You've comprehended a perfect sword force?" Elder May and Protector Shi's eyes were filled with shock. They looked at Yi Chen-feng's young face in disbelief and said with uncertainty, "Really?" Looking at the doubtful eyes of the two, Yi Chen-feng's perfect sword aura gushed out. The terrifying sword aura made everyone present shudder. It was as if there was a sharp sword hanging over their necks, and they could lose their lives at any moment. "Who are you? Why are you drifting here? Also, how strong are you?" After confirming that Yi Chen-feng had truly comprehended a perfect sword force, Elder May was curious about Yi Chen-feng's identity and strength, so she asked, "My wife and I are itinerant cultivators from the North Snow County. We wanted to go out to the sea to seek opportunities, but who would have thought that we would encounter a tornado? I'm a level 2 Heavenly Beast Immortal, and my wife is at the peak of level 6 Heavenly Beast Immortal. However, we're severely injured now, so we can only display 30% of our strength." Yi Chen-feng repeated what he had said before, and then confessed his and Yunichang's strength. Although Elder May had some doubts about Yi Chen-feng's fabricated identity, she was delighted to learn about Yi Chen-feng's and Protector Shi's strength. She was especially surprised by Yi Chen-feng's strength. A level 2 Heavenly Beast Immortal, who was severely injured, was able to fight against Protector Yao, who was a level 5 Heavenly Beast Immortal. If the two of them recovered from their injuries, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance their overall strength. Moreover, Elder May knew that Protector Shi had placed a restriction on their souls, so she was not afraid that they would recover their strength and plot against her. "Protector Shi, arrange a good room for the couple. Also, warn the others not to disturb them," Elder May ordered loudly. "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Protector Shi, who was also pleasantly surprised, nodded. "Elder May, Protector Shi, my wife and I are severely injured. We would like to ask for some healing items. Is that okay?" Yi Chen-feng struck while the iron was hot and said, "As long as my wife and I recover from our injuries, we'll definitely repay you. Write down what you need on a piece of paper. As long as it's not rare or precious, I can make the decision to give you some." Elder May nodded and agreed. "Thank you, Elder May, Protector Shi." Yi Chen-feng thanked them softly and immediately took out a pen and paper from his Qinkuan bag. He wrote down more than 20 kinds of body tempering and healing items. Elder May couldn't help but frown when she saw that Yi Chen-feng had asked for 7 kinds of precious spirit items. Among them, the spirit jade heartfruit was extremely precious. They only had one of it. However, Elder May hesitated when she thought of her own situation and their combat strength. Protector Shi, check their soul restriction and see if there's any problem. Elder May transmitted a message to Shermu. "Okay." Protector Shi nodded and used a special method to repeatedly confirm that there was no problem with the soul restriction in Yi Chen-feng and his wife's mind. Then he transmitted a message to Elder May. "You two can go and rest with Protector Shi. I'll order someone to send the items you need to your rooms in a while." "Thank you, Elder May." Yi Chen-feng was overjoyed when he found out that the ship had everything he wanted. With these spirit items, Yi Chen-feng was confident that he could recover from most of his injuries in a short time. "Okay, you two can stay here from now on. Don't worry, no one will disturb your recovery." Protector Shi led Yi Chen-feng and his wife to the upper deck of the ship. He arranged a spacious cabin for them. The floor was covered with thick animal skins, and the furnishings were all available. After giving them some instructions, he turned and left. "My dear husband, is there something you are hiding from me? She asked. Yu Nick Hang took off the small leather boots on her feet. She walked barefoot on the thick animal skins and came to Yi Qinfeng's side. She opened her rosy lips slightly and asked softly, As expected, I can't hide it from you. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile and transmitted a message to Yu Nick Hang about his situation. I was wondering why they were so kind. It turns out that they wanted to use us as cannon fodder. Yu Nichang's eyes revealed a fierce look as she said angrily, They used us, but we can also use them to recover from our injuries as soon as possible. Yi Qinfeng said, That's right, my dear husband. I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. If you can impart the last 2 levels of the 6 Meridians divine shield to me, I'll be even more satisfied. Yu Nikhang revealed a charming smile and said, Since you want to learn so much, I'll impart the last 2 levels of the 6 Meridians divine shield to you when we get the healing items. Looking at Yu Nichang's yearning eyes, Yi Qinfeng thought of the dangers they might encounter in the North Sea in the future. He changed his mind and decided to impart the complete 6 Meridians divine shield to her to increase their strength. Really? Hearing that Yi Qinfeng had finally agreed, Yu Nikhang revealed a look of surprise. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Really? Chapter 181. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After obtaining the complete cultivation chant for the 6 Meridian Divine Shield, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang became even closer. In addition, with the healing items provided by Elder May, the 2 of them quickly recovered from their injuries. After being warned by Elder May and the others, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang did not encounter any disturbances during this period of time. Even Enforcer Yao, who was on bad terms with them, did not appear. As of now, Yi Qinfeng's overdrawn body had recovered about 50% of his injuries. As for Yu Nikhang, with the help of a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng king, she cultivated the flesh refinement realm to completion and began cultivating the viscera refinement realm. After reaching completion in the flesh refinement realm, Yu Nichang's injuries had recovered about 60%. As long as she could cultivate the viscera refinement realm to completion, she would be able to use the powerful recovery ability of her body to heal her injuries. As for the 8 body-tempering spiritual items provided by Elder May, she had only refined 3 of them. Once she refined the remaining 5 body-tempering spiritual items into her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, she was confident that she could cultivate the viscera refinement realm to completion. I wonder if the water of heavenly fate combined with the spirit jade heart fruit can help my overdrawn body recover about 80% of my injuries. After refining more than 10 spiritual items and recovering about 50% of his injuries, Yi Qinfeng took out a bottle of water of heavenly fate soaked in the spirit jade heart fruit. After soaking in the water for half a month, the jade heart fruit, which had a strong recovery effect, had already fused with the water of heavenly fate. When Yi Qinfeng opened the sealed bottle, waves of dense spirit qi crazily flowed out, making one feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinfeng raised his head and drank the entire bottle of water of heavenly fate. Immediately, a large amount of spirit energy exploded in his body, passing through his crisscrossing meridians and crazily fusing into his overdrawn body. Soul-devouring art, refine. In order to prevent the spirit energy from leaking out, Yi Qinfeng forcefully sealed all the pores on his body and circulated the soul-devouring art over and over again. He quickly refined the spirit energy that exploded in his body and healed his injuries. Although the process of sealing his pores and forcefully refining the spirit energy was painful, Yi Qinfeng relied on his strong willpower to endure it. After about a day, Yi Qinfeng's overdrawn body had completely merged with the water of heavenly fate and the spirit jade heart fruit's recovery ability. Phew, I've finally recovered. The water of heavenly fate. Of the heavenly fate of heavenly fates of heavenly fate. Yi of heavenly fate. Of the heavenly stage. just as Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nikhang were hiding in the room, using all the time they had to heal their injuries. The sky above the speedily sailing ship was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A fierce wind blew, and a terrifying hurricane struck the heavens and earth, setting off huge waves that slapped against the sea surface. What's going on? Is a storm coming? Standing on the deck, Protector sure frowned as he looked into the distance. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder tore through the sky. Dark red clouds surged madly from all directions, piling up to several thousand meters thick in the sky. No, this doesn't seem to be a storm. It's a lightning tribulation. A demonic beast is preparing to undergo a tribulation. Hearing the commotion, the purple-haired woman, Elder May, and the others all appeared on the deck. They saw that the clouds in the distance had turned dark red. Bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. Elder May, who was experienced and knowledgeable, cried out in alarm. A demonic beast undergoing a tribulation. Hearing Elder May shout and feeling the powerful pressure from the clouds above their heads, everyone on the deck tensed up and became nervous. Quickly turn the ship around. Don't get close to the front. Elder May made a prompt decision and ordered loudly. Just as the ship turned around, the dark red clouds started to rotate, causing a huge whirlpool to appear in the sea. The whirlpool sucked in the sea with a radius of 100 miles, causing the sea to fluctuate violently. Huge waves that were 100 meters high soared into the sky, violently slapping against the sea surface. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely chaotic. Roar! An extremely penetrating roar of a demonic beast was heard from a misty island in front of them. The terrifying sound wave soared into the sky, causing the dark red tribulation clouds in the sky to fluctuate violently. Being provoked by the demonic beast, thousands of flashing electric snakes appeared in the tribulation clouds, rolling and rolling in the blood-red tribulation clouds. The deafening sound of thunder was unceasingly heard, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. What realm is this demonic beast undergoing a tribulation? How can it create such a terrifying commotion? Hearing the huge commotion, Yi Qinfeng, who appeared on the deck, looked at the chaotic space in the distance and muttered to himself, "The lightning tribulation is about to descend. Everyone, quickly cover your ears. Don't let the sound of the lightning tribulation injure your soul." Seeing that the lightning tribulation was about to descend, Elder May immediately shouted at everyone, "Rumble, rumble, rumble!" Just as Elder May's words fell, a purple heavenly lightning rapidly struck down from the tribulation clouds. The purple light became even more dazzling, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Roar! Being attacked by the lightning tribulation, the demonic beast let out a high-pitched roar. A huge tortoise shadow appeared with a bloody mouth, resisting the attack of the lightning tribulation. The turbulent sea was affected by the lightning tribulation, causing the seawater to roll violently. The dark red space was like the end of the world, causing fear to rise in everyone's heart. So scary. The might of this lightning tribulation is too terrifying. The might of the lightning tribulation deeply shocked Yi Qinfeng's soul, causing him to revere the heavens and feel his own insignificance. Ah! Many of the weaker disciples on the ship were affected by the deafening thunder. They felt a splitting headache as they hugged their heads and fell to the ground in pain. Black tortoise. It's the rank 3 heavenly beast black tortoise in the 3-star island sea region. Why is it undergoing its tribulation here? Seeing the tortoise shadow in the distance, the purple-haired woman, Elder May, and the others immediately recognized it. Deep fear appeared on their faces. Speed up! Burn your energy, and speed up! Leave this place quickly, otherwise we will be in danger. Elder May shouted when she saw many demonic beasts in the sea were frightened and frantically swarming towards the ship. Her expression changed drastically as she urged loudly. As the ship accelerated away from the area where the black tortoise was undergoing its tribulation, the second lightning tribulation descended. The might of this lightning tribulation was far stronger than the first. The destructive force was even greater. The strong might caused the small island beside the black tortoise to sink. Many demonic beasts that could not dodge in time were killed by the lightning tribulation's might, dyeing the sea water red. Activate the soul crystal cannons and blast open a path. There were simply too many demonic beasts in the sea. In a panic, many demonic beasts began to attack the ship. Elder May had no choice but to personally oversee the ship. She commanded the crew to burn their soul crystals and activate the soul crystal cannons, forcibly carving out a path of blood and safely leaving the area where the black tortoise was undergoing its tribulation. Not long after the ancient Ink Merchant Alliance's ship left, a huge ship was attracted by the commotion caused by the black tortoise's tribulation. This ship had a banner with the words Black Demon on it that was 100 meters tall. Clearly, this ship was chasing after the purple-haired woman and the others. When they approached the area where the black tortoise was undergoing its tribulation, they seemed to have discovered something. They suddenly changed directions and chased after the ancient Ink Merchant Alliance's ship that had just left the area. Chapter 182. Phew, that was close. We finally escaped. The purple-haired woman and the others had burned a large number of soul crystals and killed their way out of the encirclement of tens of thousands of monsters. They heaved a long sigh of relief and spoke with lingering fear. If they had been trapped in that sea region, just the tens of thousands of monsters would have been enough to destroy the impregnable ship. Even if they had extraordinary abilities, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I really didn't expect that we would encounter that black tortoise undergoing its lightning tribulation. It seems like it was afraid of being attacked by other monsters in the 3-star island region during its tribulation. So it had no choice but to travel tens of thousands of seas to undergo its tribulation here. If it survives the lightning tribulation and receives the baptism of the lightning tribulation, it will break through to become a level 4 heavenly beast and possess the strength of a peerless king. When it returns, it will become the absolute king of the 3-star island region, Elder May said. Elder May, after that black tortoise survives its lightning tribulation, do you think we have a chance to use the cultivation resources on the ship to ask it to help us take revenge and take back control of the ancient Ink Merchant Alliance? The purple-haired woman asked after some thought. Clearly, she was very unwilling to give up the ancient Ink Merchant Alliance and wanted to take revenge for her dead parents. No, that's too risky. Elder May shook her head and said, Legend has it that the black tortoise is cruel and greedy. Our ancient Ink Merchant Alliance has no relationship with it. If we blindly come into contact with it, there's a high chance of an accident happening. Elder May, what if we give that key to it? The purple-haired woman said unwillingly as she gently bit her rosy lips. Yuyen, I know you are eager to take revenge, but that key is our greatest bargaining chip. It's also what your 2 uncles want the most. We can't lose it so easily. Moreover, we are not sure whether the black tortoise will kill and rob after getting the key. We need to think about revenge in the long run. We need to think about it carefully, Elder May said with a soft sigh as she looked at the purple-haired woman who was blinded by hatred. Qi Yi Chen Feng, who had just left the deck, happened to hear the purple-haired woman and the others' conversation. He was a little interested in the key they were talking about. Chen Feng, what's happening outside? Yu Nick Hang, who was in the midst of refining the heaven and earth spirit herbs and cultivating the 6 meridian divinity shield, opened her eyes and asked when she heard the footsteps. Earlier, there was a Yao beast undergoing its tribulation in the ocean. However, it is now safe, Yi Chenfeng said coolly. Demonic beast tribulation. Yu Nick Hang raised her eyebrows and said in astonishment, This North Sea is indeed abnormally dangerous. There is actually such a terrifying demonic beast. If that demonic beast had passed through the lightning tribulation, it would most likely possess the strength of a peerless king. Normally, when a level 3 heavenly beast reached the limit of its power, it would attract a lightning tribulation. Through the lightning tribulation, it would baptize its demonic core and evolve its bloodline power. At the level 7 heavenly beast stage, it would attract the second lightning tribulation. Only when it reached the limit of heavenly beasts would it attract the third lightning tribulation and complete the transformation into a saint beast. Nick Hang, how's the tempering of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels? How far are you from the initial success of the viscera refining stage? Yi Qinfeng realized that they could encounter danger at any time in the North Sea. Only when he and Yu Nick Hang fully recovered would they have the opportunity to deal with the dangers that could arise at any time. I estimate that in another month or so, I will be able to reach the initial success of the viscera refining stage and recover from my injuries, Yu Nick Hang said. All right, I won't disturb you any further. You can continue with your cultivation. We must quickly recover from our injuries. Only then can we control our own destiny. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Young Master Yi, miss you. I have brought food for you. Just as Yi Qinfeng and Yu Nick Hang were recovering from their injuries, a series of hurried knocks sounded from the door. A maid wearing an emerald green dress, with long black hair coiled on top of her head and a flushed face, walked in with a sumptuous spread of food and placed it on the round table. Sorry for the trouble, Cui. Yi Qinfeng smiled at the green dress girl and softly thanked her. Nick Hang, you must be hungry. Let's eat something first. After breaking through to the heavenly beast immortal realm, although Yi Qinfeng's appetite for food was not very strong, the food cooked by the Ancient Ink Merchant Alliance was very much to his liking. Moreover, there were many ingredients and spirit items. Yi Qinfeng said softly as he smelled the fragrance coming from the round table. No, I'm not hungry. You should continue cultivating. Yu Nick Hang shook her head and did not stop cultivating. All right, then, I'll eat first. With that, Yi Qinfeng got off the bed and went to the round table to eat alone. When Yi Qinfeng was full and was about to return to Yu Nichang's side to continue healing, the sensitive, soul-devouring brain suddenly detected a trace of abnormality in his body. Poison! I've been poisoned. Under the analysis of the soul-devouring brain, Yi Qinfeng unexpectedly discovered that a colorless, odorless, and very difficult to detect had appeared in his body. It was a very special poison that was slowly corroding his body. Once the poison acted up, although it was not fatal, it would cause weakness in the body, and he would be at the mercy of others. It's the food. Someone had poisoned the food. Yi Qinfeng immediately thought of the source of the poison. After confirming that the food he had just eaten was poisonous, he immediately controlled the parasitic chaos divine within his heart to devour the poison. The chaos divine could devour all energy and was the nemesis of all poisons. Under the devouring of the chaos divine the poison in Yi Qinfeng's body quickly disappeared. What's wrong, Qinfeng? What happened? Sensing that something was wrong with Yi Qinfeng's aura, Yu Nick Hang stopped cultivating and asked with concern. I was poisoned just now, but I'm fine now. Yi Qinfeng said with a gloomy face. His mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to figure out who had poisoned him. What? Could it be that those people want to harm us? Yu Nichang's expression changed slightly as she said sternly. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, It shouldn't be them. If they wanted to harm us, they would have done it long ago. They wouldn't have given us so many healing spiritual items and waited for our injuries to gradually recover before making a move. Could there be a spy on the ship? Thinking about the situation of the purple-haired woman and the others, the smart Yu Nick Hang immediately thought of the problem. If I'm not wrong, the people chasing after them are very close. Thus, the spy on the ship chose to poison them at this time. The others should have been poisoned as well. There shouldn't be many people who know about our powerful combat strength. Thus, the spy should be an important person on this ship, Yi Qinfeng analyzed. Qinfeng, What do you want to do now? Although Yu Nikhang didn't want to be innocently involved in the pursuit, the North Sea was vast and boundless. There were too many hidden dangers in the sea. Leaving without permission would be even more dangerous. Yi Chinfeng already knew the purple-haired woman's name. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Think of a way to inform Mo Yuyen and tell her to be careful." Yu Nikhang looked at Yi Chinfeng with burning eyes, her tone unfriendly as she said, "Chinfeng, don't tell me you've taken a liking to her." Yi Chinfeng rubbed his nose and said half-jokingly, "I don't even like you." "Why would I like her?" "You," hearing Yi Chinfeng's answer, Yu Nikhang nearly exploded with anger. Her eyes revealed a terrifying gaze. "All right, I'm just joking with you. You are the most beautiful." Seeing Yu Nichang's angry eyes, Yi Chinfeng smiled and said, "Right now, we are grasshoppers on the same rope as her. If something happens to them, we won't be spared either. Thus, we must think of a way to help them get through this difficult time." However, there was another important point that Yi Chinfeng didn't tell Yu Nikhang. He had developed a strong interest in the mysterious key in Mo Yuyen's hand. Chapter 183. The night was like water. The gentle moonlight poured down and sprinkled on the surface of the sea. The speedily moving ship was like a leaf boat, cutting through the rippling waves on the surface of the sea and breaking the tranquility of the night. As the night grew deeper and deeper, the ship's crew was resting. Yi Chinfeng circulated the soul-devouring art and restrained his aura. Using form displacement phantom, he quietly snuck towards Mo Yuyen's room like a ghost. In order to avoid alerting Elder Mei, Elder Hong, and the others who were guarding Mo Yen, Yi Chinfeng didn't forcefully break the restriction on the door. Instead, he summoned the golden pung wings and flew outside the ship. With the help of the soul-devouring brain, he broke the restriction on the window and quietly entered Mo Yuyen's room. "I hope she doesn't get too excited. Otherwise, I'll have to carry out Plan B." With the help of the bright moonlight, Yi Chinfeng looked at Mo Yen, who was lying flat on the soft bed. Her breathing was even, and her face was delicate. He tried to eliminate the sound of his footsteps and slowly approached her. Mo Yen, who was sleeping soundly, felt a trace of abnormality approaching her. She abruptly woke up from her sleep. Just as she was about to cry out in alarm, she found a large hand covering her mouth and a sharp blade against her throat. Feeling the sharp blade against her throat, Mo Yen's eyes revealed a trace of fear. But when she discovered that the one controlling her was Yi Chinfeng, who had saved her midway, her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. "It's you. What do you want?" With her mouth covered, Mo Yen forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart and tried to calm herself down. She transmitted her voice to ask. Seeing that Mo Yen didn't struggle, Yi Chinfeng secretly sighed in relief and quickly explained, "Don't be nervous. I don't have any malice towards you. The reason I came to find you this time is to save you." "Save me? Using this method to save me?" Mo Yen coldly replied, "Speak. What do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll agree to it." From Mo Yuyen's point of view, Yi Chinfeng must have snuck into her room because he was greedy for her belongings. He must be regretting saving them. "I know you don't believe me, but I really did want to save you. Because you were poisoned, someone wanted to do something to you. If you don't believe me, you can check your body and see if I'm lying to you." Yi Chinfeng said with a sound transmission. "Poisoned?" Hearing Yi Chinfeng's sound transmission, Mo Yen was both surprised and suspicious. But as she silently revolved her soul formula and carefully examined her body, she discovered the presence of poison. "He's really poisoned. How is this possible? Could it be?" Thinking of this possibility, Mo Yen broke out in a cold sweat. However, she was even more suspicious of Yi Chinfeng's goal. "Now, you should know that I didn't lie to you. If my guess is correct, there is a spy on this ship." Yi Chinfeng looked at Mo Yuyen's flickering eyes and continued to transmit his voice. "Who are you? What do you know?" Mo Yuyen, forced herself to calm down. She wanted to figure out Yi Qinfeng's true goal. I really am from the northern snow region, but I inadvertently heard that you were being hunted. Yi Qinfeng knew that if he wanted to gain Mo Yian's trust, he had to confess some things, and the northern sea is boundless. If something happens to you, us husband and wife won't be able to escape. So, helping you is the same as helping ourselves. All right, I believe you. Now, can you let me go? Looking at Yi Qinfeng through the darkness of the night and sensing the aura he was emitting, Mo Yan felt uncomfortable all over. She replied in a low voice, Miss Mo, I know that if I let you go, you have a 50% chance of calling for someone to capture me. But before you do that, listen to me first. First, I can remove the poison in your body and your trusted aide's body. Second, the spy chose to make a move at this time. It means that our position has been exposed, and the people chasing you are very close. So, it's not a wise choice to act rashly and alert the enemy. The spy is likely to hide and wait for the people chasing you to appear before giving you a fatal blow. Third, you might not have noticed, but your ship is moving very slowly. In other words, someone is deliberately slowing down the ship in the dark. And to be able to do this, it's definitely not an ordinary person. And most importantly, my soul has been sealed by Protector Sure. If I do anything to you, it'll be no different than courting death. Moreover, I have a 60% chance of helping you find the spy and subdue her. I only ask that after this matter is done, you help me and my wife remove the soul seal. Yi Qinfeng patiently said. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng removed the sharp blade from Mo Yian's throat and released her freedom. After regaining her freedom, Mo Yian's expression was unsettled. Yi Qinfeng's words were like a knife stabbing into her heart, making her make an intense choice. When she thought about the soul seal, she somewhat recalled Yi Qinfeng's words. If you don't believe me, you can go to the window and take a look. Look at the speed of the ship. Slowing down the ship without permission isn't something an outsider like me can do. Yi Qinfeng saw that Mo Yan didn't shout, so he secretly relaxed and slowly said, No need to look. I can feel that the ship has indeed slowed down. Mo Yan whispered, If I choose to believe you, you have to help me rescue the spy. To be able to poison us without us knowing and control the ship, the identity of the person is definitely not ordinary. Miss Mo, do you have any suspects? Yi Qinfeng asked. No. Mo Yan, whose heart was in a mess, shook her head and said, If Miss Mo really believes me, then tomorrow morning you can use the excuse of discussing important matters to gather all the important people on the ship. Then let me detoxify them. I believe that the spy poisoned us, but not themselves. Anyone who isn't poisoned is a major suspect. Yi Qinfeng said, Okay. Mo Yan slightly raised her head and looked at Yi Qinfeng's determined eyes. Then she nodded her head. As long as there aren't any spies working together with them, we have a high chance of escaping in this vast sea. Yi Qinfeng continued. Mo Yan took a deep breath and said, Young Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you to detoxify me now. Yi Qinfeng's words completely moved Mo Yan. In the end, she chose to believe in Yi Qinfeng and eliminate the spy on the ship. Okay, Miss Mo, please turn your back to me. I will use silver needles to detoxify you. Yi Qinfeng said, Okay. Mo Yan gently bit her alluring red lips and gently turned her body, allowing Yi Qinfeng to use the needles on her back to detoxify her. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng removed the silver needles from Mo Yan's back. Then he let out a long sigh and said, Okay, the poison in your body has been removed. Thank you. Mo Yan repeatedly sensed her body and found that the poison in her body had really disappeared. She now had a trace of trust in Yi Qinfeng. Okay, you have a good rest. I will go back first. Tomorrow morning, we will carry out the plan to eliminate the spy. Chapter 184. From the looks of it, you should have convinced our great beauty Mo, right? You Nick Hang, who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed, slightly opened her bright eyes. Seeing Yi Chinfeng return, she pursed her lips and smiled. N. Yi Chinfeng nodded. His mind was constantly thinking about how to get more benefits from helping Mo Yen get rid of the spy. What's wrong? You're in a daze after coming back? Could it be that you've really fallen in love with her? Seeing Yi Chinfeng in deep thought, Mo Yen asked. Yu Nick Hang coldly said. Yi Chinfeng rolled his eyes at Yu Nick Hang and said, I would rather fall in love with you than her. I'm just thinking about how we can get more benefits from her. Then you're saying that you've fallen in love with me? Yu Nichang's alluring red lips slightly curved as she deliberately asked. No, Yi Chinfeng said helplessly. Yi Chinfeng, I swear that I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Then, I will kick you away and make you regret it for the rest of your life. After saying that, Yu Nick Hang laughed out loud. Seeing this, Yi Chinfeng felt a burning sensation. All right, stop tempting me. Let's get down to business. Yi Chinfeng helplessly sighed and shifted his gaze away from Yu Nick Hang. Do you want to break through to the Xian Beast ancestor realm? You have a way. Yu Nichang's greatest wish was to break through to the Xian Beast ancestor realm. Hearing Yi Chinfeng's words, her eyes immediately lit up. I want to help Mo Yen get rid of the spy on the ship and negotiate with her. I want to go to 3-Star Island and help her take back control of the ancient Mo Merchant Alliance. From there, I can obtain more benefits. Yi Chinfeng said boldly. Chinfeng, isn't this too dangerous? Yu Nick Hang frowned. Riches and honor are sought in danger. Which opportunity does not coexist with danger? If we fear danger everywhere, how can we pursue the supreme Tao? Yi Chinfeng retorted. Although Yi Chinfeng's tone was light and his face was expressionless, the unyielding determination in his eyes tugged at Yu Nichang's heartstrings. At this moment, she felt that Yi Chinfeng was extremely charming. Chinfeng, I finally know why you have such a great opportunity and great luck. You're right. Opportunities should be fought for, snatched, and not waited for. You make the decision. I'll listen to you. Yu Nick Hang nodded. Her interest in Yi Chinfeng grew. Early in the morning, the bright and beautiful sunlight poured down and shone into the bedroom through the window, adding a trace of light to the originally dark room. After Yi Chinfeng left, the worried Mo Yen tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Yi Chinfeng's words were like a curse that constantly flashed through her mind, filling her heart with worry. I hope I didn't misjudge you. You're worth trusting. Mo Yen knew that she had no way out. Biting her alluring lips, she hurriedly changed her clothes and followed Yi Chinfeng's instructions. Using the excuse of discussing important matters, she gathered Elder Mei, Elder Hong, and the other important figures of the ship in the center of the cabin. Miss, why did you gather us so early in the morning? Elder Mei, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick, looked at the expressionless Mo Yen and asked, Let me say it. At this time, the tightly shut cabin door was pushed open. Yi Chinfeng and Yu Nick Hang walked in. Yi Chinfeng's sharp eyes swept over everyone as he spoke. Who do you think you are? Since when did you have the right to speak here? Protector Yao, who had a grudge with Yi Chinfeng, coldly snorted and spoke with hostility. It was I who invited young Master Yi and Miss Yu. Mo Yen looked at the two with a complicated gaze. She bit her lips and spoke. Moreover, her heart was inexplicably nervous when Yi Chinfeng appeared. Miss, why did you invite them here? Elder Hong, who was wearing a black robe with golden patterns, had snow-white hair and bright eyes, took a sip of tea and asked in a deep voice. Mo Yen took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. I invited young Master Yi here today for 2 reasons. First, to detoxify everyone. Second, to uncover the spy. Just as Mo Yen's words fell, the cabin went into an uproar. Elder May and the others' expressions greatly changed as they quickly checked their bodies. Yi Chinfeng nodded and said, Miss Mo is right. Everyone is poisoned, and the person who poisoned us is hiding among us. Yi Chinfeng, I think that the spy is you. You were the one who poisoned us. Noticing the abnormality in his body, Protector Yao's expression became incomparably gloomy as he roared at Yi Chinfeng. I'm the spy? I poisoned you? Yi Chinfeng snorted and unceremoniously ridiculed. I have to say, your IQ is really low. Protector, sure, placed a sole restriction on me. Do you think I would dare to poison everyone on the ship? Also, I'm not related to you, so why would I harm you? What good is it for me? You! Mo Yen glared at Protector Yao and coldly warned. All right, stop arguing. If anyone dares to be impudent, don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Yi, please detoxify everyone. Okay. Yi Chinfeng nodded. He first walked behind Elder May and said, Elder May, I'll have to trouble you to stand up with your back facing me. Remove your defenses, and I'll use my needles to detoxify you. Okay. Elder May's deep eyes shot out rays of light. She repeatedly looked at Yi Chinfeng before removing her soul power defenses and allowing Yi Chinfeng to insert needles into her back. After about half an incense stick of time, Yi Chinfeng removed the needles from Elder May's back. He let out a long sigh of relief and said, All right, the poison in Elder May's body has been removed. Thank you for the trouble. Elder May nodded when she felt that the poison in her body was truly gone. When Mo Yen saw that Elder May was fine, her anxious heart calmed down. Elder Hong, it's your turn. Yi Chinfeng slowly walked behind Elder Hong and said, I'm not poisoned, so I won't trouble you to detoxify me. Elder Hong picked up the teacup on the side and took a sip before slowly speaking. Just as Elder Hong finished speaking, Mo Yuyen's expression greatly changed. She looked at her right-hand woman in disbelief. She had always relied on Elder Hong, so she couldn't believe that she was a traitor. Elder Hong, may I ask why everyone was poisoned? Why are you fine? Yi Chinfeng's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at the arrogant Elder Hong and coldly asked, What, you suspect that I'm a spy? Elder Hong's pupils shrank as her eyes shot out rays of light. She looked at Yi Chinfeng and coldly asked, Extraordinary times call for extraordinary treatment. If my guess is correct, the pursuers are very close to us. During this period of caution, we can't let any suspicious person go. Yi Chinfeng ignored the threat in Elder Hong's eyes and softly asked, I wonder if I can check Elder Hong's spatial bag. What if I don't agree? Elder Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent as she resolutely said, Chapter 185. Haha, I'm a spy? I've followed the young miss for dozens of years and have always been loyal to her. How could I be a spy? Elder Hong coldly snorted. You're the one with an unknown origin. Wantonly trying to sow discord is very problematic. Whether I'm a spy or not, we'll know once we check the universe bag. If I wrongly accused you, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Yi Chinfeng aggressively said, seeing the killing intent that flashed through Elder Hong's eyes and her resistance. Yi Chinfeng was 90% certain that there was a problem with Elder Hong's universe bag and that she was a spy. Young miss, even you don't believe me? Elder Hong asked in a low voice as she shifted her gaze to Amoyan, whose face was slightly pale and whose eyes were flickering. Elder Hong, please let young Master Yi inspect the universe bag. Mo Yen tightly bit her rosy lips, her voice trembling slightly. She really didn't want to believe that Elder Hong was a spy. Forget it. I never thought that after risking my life for the young miss for so many years, I would end up in this situation. If the young miss wants to inspect it, then let her. After saying that, the gloomy Elder Hong let out a long sigh. She took out the universe bag from her waist and handed it over to Mo Yuyen. Young Miss Mo, be careful. The instant Mo Yin received the universe bag, Yi Qinfeng's sharp perception suddenly sensed a terrifying aura coming from Elder Hong's body. At the same time, he loudly warned her. Perfect sword intent surged out of his body and condensed into a sharp sword of light that slashed towards Elder Hong. However, Elder Hong was too close to Mo Yin, and her attack was too sudden. Yi Qinfeng's perfect sword intent was simply unable to stop her. Just as the frightened Mo Yin was about to be seized by Elder Hong, an extremely fast golden light flashed behind Mo Yin. Elder Mei, who had just sensed something, promptly took action. She attacked Elder Hong with her dragon head walking staff. The powerful dragon head walking staff shattered Elder Hong's attack and forcibly forced her back. Hong Yun, the young miss has treated you well. Why did you betray her? Elder Mei stood behind the pale-faced Mo Yin. She glared angrily at Elder Hong, whose silver hair was fluttering in the wind and whose body was filled with a vicious aura. As for Protector Shi and the others, they all released their powerful auras and locked onto her. As long as she attacked again, Protector Shi and the others would attack together. Why? Elder Hong said painfully, my soul was restricted by Mo Fenggu. If I don't agree to be his spy, they will torture me to death. In order to live, I have no other choice. Elder Mei, what should we do? Knowing Elder Hong's difficulties, Mo Yin hesitated. She really couldn't bear to kill Elder Hong. The spy must be eliminated, or we will be in great danger. Although Elder Mei did not want to kill Elder Hong, she knew that she had no other choice. Leaving Elder Hong alive was equivalent to leaving behind a ticking time bomb. Elder Hong, if I can remove the soul restriction in your head, are you willing to betray Mo Fenggu and come back? Just as Elder Mei was about to ruthlessly kill Elder Hong, Yi Qinfeng weighed the pros and cons and said in a low voice, What? Just as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Mo Yin, Elder Mei, Elder Hong, and the others all looked at him in disbelief. They knew how difficult it was to break a soul restriction. Moreover, everyone used different methods to place a soul restriction. Once the restriction was broken, that person would die without a doubt. Yi Qinfeng, you can really break my soul restriction. Elder Hong did not want to betray Mo Yin. She had also struggled and regretted it, but in the face of death, she became timid and had no choice but to betray Mo Yin. And if you don't believe me, you can let Protector Shi sense our souls and see if there are any restrictions. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, how did you do it? Protector Shi sensed for a moment and discovered that Yi Qinfeng's moon raiment soul was indeed free of the soul restriction. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. How did I do it? Please forgive me for keeping it a secret. Yi Qinfeng pretended to be mysterious and said, Elder Hong, if you believe me, then let me try. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything. All right, I believe you. Elder Hong nodded and said, if he could break the soul restriction, then it would be the same as removing a knife hanging over her neck. Even if Yi Qinfeng failed, her fate would not change. Yi Qinfeng, please. Mo Yin said. She really did not want to lose Elder Hong. Moreover, she found that Yi Qinfeng was not simple. He was like a bottomless pit that no one could see through. Yi Qinfeng nodded and walked behind Elder Hong. He pressed a hand on her head and controlled the soul-devouring brain to devour the restriction in her soul. This time, Elder Hong didn't resist or struggle. She allowed the strands of strange energy to enter her mind. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng withdrew the soul-devouring brain from Elder Hong's mind. He took a deep breath and said, All right, the soul restriction in Elder Hong's mind is gone. Yi Qinfeng, thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to be reborn. Elder Hong repeatedly sensed the soul restriction in her mind. When she found that the restriction had really disappeared, she excitedly said, You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank young Miss Mo. If she didn't give you a chance, even if I removed your soul restriction, it would have been useless. Yi Qinfeng deliberately gave Mo Yuyan a big favor. Young miss, so it was all my fault. I ask young miss to give me a chance to redeem myself. I am willing to live and die with young Mississippi. Elder Hong bowed and said, Elder Hong, this is a special time. For everyone's safety, I will have Elder May place another restriction in your soul. Are you willing? Mo Yuyan looked at Yi Qinfeng with gratitude and said, I am willing. Elder Hong knew that she had no other choice. She nodded and said without hesitation, after about half an incense stick's worth of time, Elder May placed an imprint in Elder Hong's soul and solved the big problem. Elder Hong, can you give me the antidote now and tell me who the other spies are? Mo Yuyan asked. Young miss, Mo Feng only gave me the poison, not the antidote. However, I can tell you who the other spies are. Elder Hong did not hide anything and told Mo Yuyan about all the spies on the ship. Protector Shi, Protector Qi, I will have to trouble you to eliminate the spies. If they are willing to turn over a new leaf and rely on me, I am willing to accept them. But if they are stubborn, then throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Mo Yuyan revealed her valiant side and said, Yes, young miss. Protector Shi and Protector Qi received the order. According to Elder Hong's information, they went to catch the spies on the ship. Young Master Yi, I will have to trouble you to detoxify everyone. Although Yi Qinfeng and Protector Shi had no restrictions in their minds, Mo Yuyan had complete trust in them. Even her tone was a lot more polite. Yes, but I can't cure his poison. Yi Qinfeng pointed at Protector Yao, who had an ugly expression on his face. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's playful eyes, Protector Yao almost exploded in anger. But in order to detoxify the poison, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He said in a pleading tone, Young Master Yi, it was all my fault. Please don't lower yourself to my level. As long as young Master Yi is willing to treat my injuries, I can agree to any request of young Master Yi. Really? Any request? Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up as he asked playfully. Any request? Protector Yao clenched his teeth and said. He regretted offending Yi Qinfeng and helplessly waited for his blackmail. Good. Give me 100,000 mid-grade soul crystals and 2 earth-grade soul cores, and I will save you. Yi Qinfeng demanded an exorbitant price. Chapter 186. Qingfeng, I reckon that Protector Yao will have to make a detour when he sees us in the future. After returning to the cabin, Eunuch Hang was in a good mood. She revealed a charming smile as she looked at Yi Qinfeng. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some value, I wouldn't have bothered to save him. Yi Qinfeng lightly said. Although Yi Qinfeng was exhausted from detoxifying everyone, when he thought of how Protector Yao had nearly vomited blood after extorting him, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but smile. After some haggling, Yi Qinfeng extorted 70,000 mid-grade soul crystals from Protector Yao, an earth-grade soul core, and several valuable heaven and earth spirit grasses. As for Mo Yuyan, in order to thank him, she gave him 100,000 mid-grade soul crystals, 3 earth-grade soul cores, and over 10 precious heaven and earth spirit grasses. Now, Yi Qinfeng had 170,000 mid-grade soul crystals on him. This was enough to support the sword puppet's attack for a long time. Just as Mo Yuyan thought that the crisis had been resolved in a short period of time and was preparing to change the course of the ship to escape the pursuit, Protector Shi and Protector Qi encountered an accident while they were eradicating the spies. The 2 spies caught the ship off guard and detonated the signal beads in their spatial bags. A thick red smoke exploded in the air above the ship, sending a signal to another ship several dozen miles away. Miss, there's a ship rapidly approaching 20 nautical miles away. It seems to be a Black Devil ship. An ancient Ink Commerce Alliance disciple on the observation deck immediately reported to Mo Yuyan. Damn, they're so fast. Emoyan didn't expect that as soon as one wave passed, another wave would rise. Just as she eliminated the spies on the ship, a true crisis would descend. Thinking of how ferocious and terrifying the black devils were and the consequences of being surrounded by them, Emoyan couldn't help but feel nervous. Full speed ahead. We must lose them. Standing on the deck, Emoyan commanded as she looked at the ship in the distance. Unfortunately, when the ancient Ink Commerce Alliance ship broke through the monster beast horde, its hull was damaged and its speed was affected. Slowly, the Black Devil ship closed the distance. Elder May, what should we do? How can we escape from the Black Devil's pursuit? Standing on the deck, Emoyan watched as the Black Devil Seaborn approached. She anxiously asked the nearby Elder May, "Unless we encounter special weather conditions, it will be very difficult to shake them off," Elder May said in a low voice with a solemn expression. "What? Has the enemy appeared?" Just as Emoyan was feeling restless, Yi Chen-feng appeared on the deck and asked in a low voice as he gazed at the approaching ship from afar. Emoyan looked at Yi Chen-feng's chiseled face and bit her lips. It's just as young Master Yi guessed. The people chasing us have appeared. Do you want to escape from their pursuit?" Yi Chen-feng asked indifferently. "Young Master Yi, do you have a way to help us escape?" Emoyan's eyes lit up as she excitedly asked. "As long as there are no peerless emperors among your pursuers, I can help you destroy them." Yi Chen-feng nodded and said, "What?" Hearing Yi Chen-feng's so-called method, not only was Emoyan dumbfounded, but even the usually calm Elder May was shocked. She looked at him as if she was looking at a monster. "What? You don't believe I have this kind of strength?" Yi Chen-feng said with a faint smile as he looked at the dumbfounded Emoyan and Xiao Chen, whose eyes were filled with doubt. "Young Master Yi, although there are no peerless emperors among the Black Devil experts chasing us, there should be profound beast sect experts overseeing them. As for your strength..." Emoyan felt as if she didn't recognize Yi Chen-feng anymore and incredulously reminded him. "As I said, as long as there are no peerless emperors among them, I can help you destroy that ship. However, I won't do it for free," Yi Chen-feng said without hesitation. "Young Master Yi, what do you want? As long as we can afford it, we will definitely give it to you." Elder May looked at Yi Chen-feng's grave expression and felt that he wasn't joking. She felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious. "I wonder if you have any high-grade soul crystals." Although Yi Chen-feng had 170,000 mid-grade soul crystals, which was enough to support the sword puppet's attacks for a long time, the soul energy contained in mid-grade soul crystals wasn't pure enough. No matter how many he fused with, the sword puppet could only reach the limit of a Class 5 profound beast sect expert. In order to increase the sword puppet's strength and increase his life-saving means, Yi Chen-feng wanted to ask Emoyan for a high-grade soul crystal. "I'm sorry, young Master Yi, but we don't have any high-grade soul crystals. However, we do have a devil crystal bone that is even more precious. Would you be interested?" Thinking of her situation, Emoyan clenched her teeth and looked straight into Yi Chen-feng's clear eyes. "Young miss," when Elder May heard that Emoyan wanted to use a devil crystal bone to ask Yi Chen-feng for help, her expression changed and she shouted, "Elder May, we have no other choice. With our strength, we can't resist the Black Demon's pursuit. Once they catch up to us, we will be doomed. Compared to our lives, the devil crystal bone is nothing." Emoyan interrupted Elder May's words and said as if she was betting, "Devil crystal bone, what is that?" This was the first time Yi Chen-feng heard of the devil crystal bone. However, when he saw Elder May's distressed expression, he guessed that the devil crystal bone should be very precious. The devil crystal bone is a kind of energy crystal that contains a terrifying demonic energy. The energy it contains is far from what a high-grade soul crystal can compare to. After saying that, Emoyan took out a metal box from her spatial bag. It was sealed with a large number of runes. When she undid the runes on the box, a powerful demonic energy leaked out of the box. What a terrifying demonic energy! Inside the metal box was a pitch-black bone-shaped crystal that contained a vast amount of energy. Yi Chen-feng raised his eyebrows. Huge waves were set off in his heart, and his eyes burned with desire. He hadn't expected the energy contained within the devil crystal bone to be so terrifying. If he could obtain it and refine it, he would most likely be able to reach the small success stage of the bone forging realm. Young Miss M.O., how many of these devil crystal bones do you have? Yi Chen-feng was completely moved by this devil crystal bone. I only have one on me right now. However, my Ancient Ink Merchant Alliance still has 2 more, said Mo Yin deliberately. Young Miss M.O. wants me to help you take back the Ancient Ink Merchant Alliance. Yi Chen-feng's lips curled up. Does young master Yi have the strength to do so? If you do, I can guarantee that I will give both of those devil crystal bones to young master. Mo Yin looked straight at Yi Chen-feng. Wait for me to help you destroy that ship. Then we can discuss this matter in detail. Yi Chen-feng didn't immediately agree. After all, if he didn't display his superhuman strength, he wouldn't be able to move Mo Yin. All right, this devil crystal bone is young master Ye's now. Mo Yin nodded and gave the devil crystal bone to Yi Chen-feng without any hesitation. That's right, young master Yi. This devil crystal bone contains a terrifying demonic energy. You can't directly refine it, or you will lose your life. Mo Yin was afraid that Yi Chen-feng didn't know how terrifying the devil crystal bone was, and would directly refine it. Many thanks for the warning. I will be careful. Yi Chen-feng nodded. Young Miss M.O., I will go help you destroy that ship. If my wife wakes up from her cultivation, tell her to obediently wait for me on the ship.